Меня зовут Юрий Львович Авербах. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией, Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии, территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
Hello and welcome to the Superfinals of Russian Chess Championships. 2 more days to go and we will know the names of men and women champions of Russia. So, Alex, what do we expect? We have the leaders, but still 2 rounds to change everything. Maybe not upside down, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, Vitugov has a comfortable position towards the last 2 rounds, but you know, it's no guarantee for him at all that he will come first.
And same can be said about Valentina Gunina in the women's section, but to that we'll get a little bit later. So, men, or as we call it, open, thanks to Aleksandra Goryachkina, super final. Nikita Vityugov is comfortably leading. Well, comfortably if you check the cross table, but I mean, if you look through the games, and especially the game he lost, he should have lost but won against Kirill Aleksandr. Right. It was quite a roller coaster. So, +3 for Vityugov. Today he's white against Andrei Yesipenko. Relatively lucky pairing, I would say, so that he's, I mean, for those 2 rounds, so he's white with Yesipenko. If he wins, he's probably a champion, because it's unlikely that Rakhmonov will fiercely attack him in the last round.
Right. And also it's unlikely that the save will win today as black against Andreikin.
Yeah, Andreikin being especially solid, yeah. So Fedoseev, the closest rival, faces Andreikin, yeah, so Vityugov kind of plays the independent pairing, right? And those who are like second, third positions, they are to play against each other. Right, so that's it. Pairings we'll check in a bit. Maxim Matlakov with Aleksandra Gurechkina once again. Matlakov perhaps under some pressure, under some pressure that Gurechkina is one of those players who supposedly he wants to beat, but
and he's only 1 point behind Vityugov, so that's his chance today, because tomorrow he's playing Yesipenko as black. That's not the game he should rely on, right?
It's tough, but yeah, I mean, if you win today, then at least you know you can kind of go all in tomorrow, right? And then the color would not matter that great. Andreikin Fedoseev, that's a big one, of course. And Vityugov, Yesipenko, I think those are like 3 games that are more important in a way, right? Well, Pavel Pankratov, Alexander Predke, Motilev Chigayev, Alekseyenko on 50% against Rakhmonov. Those are not fighting for the championship for sure. Maybe,
I mean, there is a theoretical chance, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah, well, perhaps we should say that, yeah, mathematically almost impossible. Alekseyenko, though, I mean, if he wins and plays for the win the last round, I mean, he can climb as high as second position. So it's, with the tournament being that, you know, that's solid, not widespread in terms of the scores. Anything can happen still. Okay, and round 10 for the women's section. And let's once again double check the standings if Gunina is still leading. Of course she does. So 7 points for Valentina Gunina, 6.5 for, well, surprise of this tournament, and as you said, perhaps the best result of her life so far. Evgenij does exceptionally well. 6.5, half a point behind Gunina, half a point behind Ovod on 6 points is Polina Shuvalova, and once again, a rare occurrence in women's chess. Then 3 top players in the cross table didn't lose a single game.
Yeah.
So 6, 5.5 for Natalia Pagonina, 5 for Alina Kashlinskaya.
And Ovod is playing Gunina today.
Yes, it's, those are like, yeah, exactly. When I've mentioned Vityugov, I said like he's kind of deciding his championship destiny alone, while here we have quite a pairing for Valentina Gunina, who's facing Ovod today, and then Shuvalova tomorrow.
Right. And Ovod, if she wins today, she is playing Alina Bivol tomorrow. So
interestingly, Evgenia Ovod with white. It's too early to say that she's playing for the championship, but I mean, it'd be a big one.
She has a great chance, and I just realized that she's the bottom seed of the tournament.
Yeah, incredible, incredible. So
unbeaten and
+4, and if anything, she could score more.
Yeah,
so really amazing result. Polina Shuvalova with white against Anastasia Bodnaruk. Yeah, maybe once again a window of opportunity for Shuvalova, at least to kind of catch up with, or get closer to Gunina. Imagine Gunina does not win, and Shuvalova wins. That means tomorrow she's playing Gunina and half a point behind or equal points. That'd be
But if she doesn't win today,
it's pretty much over.
for her,
Yeah, it's pretty much over for Shuvalova. Olga Gira with Alisa Galyamova, Guseva with Voigt. Those four players are not fighting for the top three places, right? Kashlinskaya Pagonina, that's also kind of a principle, perhaps not fighting for the championship already, but
for the third
quite
place,
possibly,
maybe?
yeah, quite possibly for the medal, and especially the winner of that game. And last but not least, Leia Garifulina faces Alina Bivol. So Leia this year is not playing that, I mean, as impressive as last year. I cannot say she plays bad, really, but not as impressive as last year. Right, so the games have started, and interestingly enough, I would argue that this should be our main game to focus on in terms of intrigue. Yeah, of course, we'll be keeping a close eye on men's tournament, but you know, the championship cannot be decided today, I'm guessing. Okay, it can. Theoretically, it can, right? If Vityugov wins and Fedoseev doesn't, or even loses. Then,
Right. No,
yeah,
but then Andreikin would be...
yeah, there is
one behind.
Andreikin as well, yeah. So you see, I mean, it's mathematically impossible. Here, on the other hand, if Gudina wins with black and Shuvalova doesn't win, it's game over, yeah. So both of those players are very well motivated, of course. And okay, something to talk about with a Karakan expert as you know, as big as Aleksandr Shimanov is. So what is that? Will be my first question.
I mean, this is obviously not the most principal line, but
I think I've seen it, and this early 95 minutes.
and the funny thing that they usually start with the 4 or 95.
Yeah. Because D4, could it be that
G4 could be a move here, I think, yeah. I mean, knight c6 is obviously the most natural, but I mean, I think they usually start with 95, knight c6, and then d4.
95, yeah.
Magnus played it himself, and I have experience here as black facing Sergei Karyakin, actually. After bishop d7, he took on c6 with the bishop.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting approach, and to some, you know, to amateurs it might be kind of confusing, right? So you either try to get a pair of bishops or you give away the bishop's advantage. Yeah, but it's a little bit played with a little bit different strategic objectives, right? So if you take on c6, do you take with the pawn here, or
I took with the bishop.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe taking the pawn is also playable. I mean, it's playable for sure, but I'm not sure which one is better, but I can just tell you how my game went, and I actually got sort of unpleasant position. So he just castled.
e6, right?
e6, yeah, just played something like c3, whatever. Bishop e7, I think was my move. Bishop g5. Castles. Knight z2. And then I think I played bishop e8 for some reason. Rook e1, so I mean, this position isn't that comfortable for black, to be honest.
Interestingly, yeah, because it's not clear what do you do. I mean, if you try to exchange, I mean, that's some bishop e7, knight d7. That's something that white enjoys a lot, right?
I mean, we actually got a very similar position in the game, and I really didn't want to play knight d7, but I just couldn't really find anything else. I believe I played after rook e1, I played a5. So trying to gain some space on the queen side. If he goes a4, I play b5, and at least I get some counterplay. I think this was my idea behind bishop e8. And he played rook e3, which was quite surprising. And here I think I missed a very strong move, knight g4.
So point being, if bishop takes, knight takes, and you attack the queen. Yeah.
So, yeah, that way I could get just a better position, but I didn't see this move, and otherwise, what do you do actually? I mean, white's plan is very simple: rook g3, you know, queen f3 or queen e2. We are just
so interesting. Like you play the Carlsbad, and there is a feeling like this light square bishop is very important, but white is trying to prove that it's not.
Yeah, and it was kind of surprising because I felt like this bishop takes c6 is absolutely harmless, but turned out to be not the case, and I played knight g7, I think.
And then he
took
swaps everything,
and I managed to make a draw, but I wasn't having a lot of fun.
Kind of the position is unpleasant, and I think it's easy to, maybe not in full detail, but kind of to explain why, because that's a very nice outpost for the knight, right? The bishop is kind of passive, and then if you go f6, you control the squares, but then e6 is always something to watch out for. Right, and in our game, white takes the opposite approach. So captures the bishop, goes c3, a6, bishop d3. Perhaps being fine with playing something like Carlsbad with a pair of bishops and so on. And Gunina immediately strikes in the center with e5.
And that's actually what she does a lot. I mean, maybe not in this particular position, but she likes to play e5 in this exchange Kara. This is not the first time I see her doing this. So, and apparently caught all as a surprise.
Yeah, so it's plain and simple, right? All the good pieces, like you swapped, or rather it was swapped for you, the light square bishop, which is perhaps the only problematic piece after e6, and even after e5 and this isolated pawn position. Like if you think of some piece that is not great, it'd be the bishop from c8.
Yeah,
right?
so that's why I mean, it's kind of surprising for myself, to be honest, but I think bishop takes c6 is actually a bit more dangerous
than knight takes
strategically,
d7,
because like we're giving up the pair of bishops instead of grabbing the bishop on d7. But I mean, e5, I guess it's absolutely fine. Just for me personally, I don't like playing the positions with isolated pawns, so I would definitely go e6 here, but I think e5 is also...
Yeah, e5, but what do you do with white against e5? Like if you...
take, I guess?
Yeah, takes, and then
or just castle.
Maybe do not preserve the bishop, right? I mean, it'd be hard to prove that it's worth spending a tempo. But maybe you will spend the tempo. Bishop d6. Yes, so maybe that's why castle is more precise, right? Because you cannot kill like bishop c5. Bishop d6, or probably d6. Right, and then what do you do? Bishop g5 and so on.
Yeah.
Still like black. I mean, it's free development and everything. And
I like white. I think I see the weak pawn on d5, and I don't see how exactly black can develop his initiative, but I mean, I agree with you. The black should be fine. Just stylistically, I prefer to be white in this position.
If I take go bishop c5, there is a check. Yeah, that's the problem.
There's a check, and also if I just play bishop e3, I mean, why isn't better? Like slightly better?
Yeah,
in general?
probably he's slightly better. We'll see. What is seemingly taken by surprise with that development, and. Just curious, I mean, I know we were supposed to start as usual with the open section, but the game between Kashlinska and Pagonina reached move 17. And that's interesting. That's move 6, by the way, e7, e5, right?
That's,
or what?
That's all right.
No, move what?
Move 9.
Move 9, that is, okay, let me... 6, 9, they kind of look the same, you know. Yeah, it's move 9, but...
Move 17 is...
Move 17 is something, yeah. And what is that? Castles e4, d5, e5. Yeah, once again, e4 is not the most popular, but on the other hand, castles... castles is what they do now. Yeah, right. Castles
and
a3
takes is very popular nowadays as well.
Okay. Knight f3, yeah. Knight d7, bishop f4, knight dc5.
Yeah, I think knight dc5 is at least not that
common.
popular nowadays.
Queen h4 is right?
Yeah.
Queen h4, g3, queen h5, and so on.
And this is, I believe, the game Garechkina Sarana from the last round of the qualification tournament for this super final. And Gereshkin won a very nice game as white.
Yeah. Knight b3. But how does white ever win this? Just the endgame?
Just h4, h5.
Not the endgame. Yeah. No, I thought like go queen c3. Will you play queen e2 really? Okay, we'll see.
f3.
Yeah, f3. That's what I was referring to as an endgame because I can see it be slightly better for white. But
it's unpleasant.
Maybe it is unpleasant. You know what? Maybe have some sneaky moves like rook a3 to stop bishop a6. And this bishop, in fact, is awkward, right?
Yeah, bishop b3 be next move.
Yeah, bishop b3, rook b1. Yeah, and if you end up like playing bishop c6, rook a5, yeah. Interesting. It might be very unpleasant. Right, so both knew it till that position, I believe. Can it be that this is play? It's not great, perhaps, even if I just play queen g3, right? Okay, so as for myself, I don't know anything about this line. I just see that both players played very quickly, reached this position, so probably known. And with that, let's move to the open section. Let's start with the leader. Vidyugov has the white pieces against Andrei Yesipenko. And here we have it, the Catalan without a check on b4. The good old Catalan, right? Knight b to d7, rook d1. Trying to
nothing new so far.
Yeah. Trying to recall. I mean, once I played a game against Vasily Ivanchuk in some Greek league or something, and he confused me entirely because here he has given me a check, went to e7, so kind of misplacing the bishop, so the bishop is on d2. And later on, what happened was that c6, queen c2, I'm guessing knight d7, rook d1, b6, b3, bishop b7. Let's say I went here, he went knight h5, bishop returns to c1, and he went back. So it's kind of the same position, but we've spent more time. Like same that can be had now in Yesipenko's game. Right. So first he kind of provokes the bishop on d2, and then it forces back to c1. And interestingly, or maybe even not like that. Like first time I've played, I remember first time I've played bishop f4 was before rook d1. He goes knight h5, bishop goes back, knight f6. Then 2 moves later, I go bishop f4, knight h5, and I couldn't find anything. Strangely, I mean, obviously it's a simplification because it's a lot of lines here, a lot of theory, and back then I thought that I remember.
One of the lines being. So what is the position?
Okay, maybe we can.
So bishop b7,
bishop b7, knight c. No, was
knight
it
c3 move? I mean, as well as some others, but and now bishop a6.
Even like that?
Yeah. That's a line for sure, and
Wow.
I think even not a bad one for black.
Wow. Because in this position with rook on c, how's the? Remember there was something like your rook is supposed to be on c8, but
I mean you're just not in time to put
like
him on c8.
e4 takes knight d2. Remember these lines?
Yeah. And
Remember these lines. The rook has to be on c8, so like c, b3, a, b3, white wins the pawn back, and that would be another very longish line of theory. So the bishop is on f4. When I play knight d2, you go e5, and your queen is on the a. Yeah, I mean it's confusing. It's confusing, but that's a very interesting position indeed. Rook to d1. You could play bishop a6 immediately, I guess.
But then there was
that has
something wrong that I don't remember.
That has some drawbacks as well. So, yeah, and closed Catalan is once again it's one of those openings that for a very long time a lot of pieces possibly, or rather can be kept on the board, right?
Right. I mean, it depends, I guess.
It depends. I mean, if let's say if not this line, right? So there is a line like c takes played, knight e5, knight c6, like winning the bishop, and then a lot of simplifications. But I don't think it involves b3, right? So when you play b3, usually you do not go after the pair of bishops. So rook d1, and he's been quick thinking. Okay. Game 2 that we are very, very interested in is Andreikin Fedoseev, and another Andreikin's tricky system against the Grunfeld. I don't know if it's tricky, but
it looks tricky.
Yeah, it does. Bishop g7, bishop g5, and bishop f4, right? 3. I think, it's kind of a well-forgotten old line, which is still playable apparently. Rook c5 in order to stop e5. And Fedoseev plays bishop e6 quickly.
Not so quickly. I mean, he actually spent 7 minutes, right? But I somehow feel like this is not how you're supposed to play it as black. Like, queen a5 is definitely the main line.
Yeah.
Then I have a feeling that you don't want to take on
d2?
On d2, yeah. Just castle.
A castle, and then you take on a5 and you opt for c4 like they usually do.
Yeah. I mean, the knight on a5 is more or less fine here. But this takes king d2, you know, I can bring the rook on c1.
Yeah, exactly. Quickly. After bishop b6, I was asking myself, what's after rook b1? Because b7 is hanging. Bishop a2, rook b7. You kind of lose all the stability and might drop a pawn easily. Of course, Fedoseev is very tricky. So
he probably still knows his stuff, but
might have an idea on what to do here. But yeah, that's a tricky line. Yeah, so what do you do now? Like b6 is hanging, right? Rook d7. It's a little bit awkward, I would argue. Bishop b5 or
rook c8.
Maybe. An immediate rook c8 here, right? And rook takes b7, runs into knight takes d4.
Exactly.
And the funny thing is that you actually lose, right? Because knight f3 double check, and you're forced to the c file, and black wins the. Are you lost after knight d4?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, white probably has to play king e1 after rook c8.
Yeah, king e1.
But then we can play b6.
And then you can play b6. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, c8. What else? Can you be smart here? Like bishop d3 is nonsense. Yeah, I think you're right. Just go here. But then why isn't the black better? Because if he take actually rook b2 and then bishop a6, yeah. Still not convinced. I mean, it's rook b2 knight d4 again. I mean, in some positions.
And but for the save, we will find rook c8. That's his kind of trick. So black is fine.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. Yeah, since we've found this rook c8, now I'm thinking what's the actual move for white after that. And Andreikin obviously knows what he's doing, like being on 1 hour 30 after 16 moves. We can actually expect.
Well, maybe the problem with king e1 is that b6 comes with a tempo, right? So maybe we just move the rook back.
Maybe we just move the rook back. Yeah. I mean, the problem. Can I actually play rook c2?
I don't think so. Bishop f5, and then takes e5.
Yeah, e5 will be the thing. Yeah. So, oops. Why on earth can't I move this? Okay. So rook c8. If rook c2, it runs into bishop f5, bishop d3, swap on e5. Yeah, that's... Oh, no, wait a second. Can I... No, I cannot take. You take with the bishop first, yeah, just to mention. Bishop takes, bishop takes. Oh, whatever, you can take... No.
I mean, this just can't be good for white.
Yeah, it can be good for white. So that means I'll have to play rook c1 or rook b5, b6 still, and my rooks.
I mean,
are
you want to have that bishop a6
yeah,
option, right?
So rook c1, and now if b6, there is bishop a6. But who knows? Maybe takes there,
And then e5,
and some very sharp stuff because e5 is here. Right, so what I wanted to say that if both know the line, it can actually lead not to not a quiet endgame, but a continuation of something forcing, and then we'll see what emergent
I'm
position.
sure Fedoshev is on his own already.
Yeah, we'll see how emergent position will look like. And then Matlakov with Goryachkina is also kind of an important game, right? Here we have the Berlin. So Goryachkina added quite a lot of, she was playing, or am I confusing that she played the Petrov? No, probably not. Probably not.
So, no.
So it was always e5, and there were some gambits tried against her. There was bishop c4 tried. Maybe e5 means that she's ready to play the Berlin if Ruy Lopez happens. Bishop c5, c3.
This is not a surprise from her for sure.
d5 and queen d5. Interesting. I thought castles was the move, right?
Castles is the main move, and d6 is playable as well, but d5 is the modern approach. So basically, Black is saying, I'm gonna solve all the problems immediately.
But it's very similar to Giocopiano with d5, right?
I think so.
I mean, structure-wise, idea-wise, like White tries to jump his knight to e4.
Even the bishop is on c4.
Yeah, the bishop is now on c4, b4 is played, not g5. I think that's all.
I think this is somewhat theoretical, but I don't recall
g5
exactly what they
castles.
should play here.
Knight e4, no?
I mean, I guess otherwise I'm not sure what's the point of knight g5.
Maybe queen e2 and knight e4, because knight e4 immediately, I think we are dropping the f2 pawn.
Maybe we sacrifice it.
Maybe we are not, we're not losing, but sacrificing it. Okay, let's say
pretending.
we pretend to. Bishop, let's say we swap an extra pair of knights, Queen g6, we have queen f3, and the black minor pieces look silly. So queen d1, king d1, bishop f2, and we play some rook f1. Maybe, like if check, go to c2. I can believe there is some compensation. Maybe.
For sure. I mean, not clear if the compensation is good enough to actually
Claim the
an
advantage,
but
The bishop on c4 is strong, the f7 is the target, looks playable,
Knight d4 quickly.
Knight d4 quickly. And for black, I don't think there is a reason not to go for this position, because what the alternative is, queen e7, queen f3, and somehow it doesn't look that great.
I think,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you can choose of how you want to take on e4.
Yeah, because if you take on e4, you're not winning the... I mean, with the knight, you're probably not winning the pawn, but you can keep the bishop, I think. Knight takes and some queen g6.
Yeah, I mean, this actually looks very, very good for black.
Yeah, so I think white's supposed to take like that, and then let's say you swap and you go bishop g6.
How about a check?
Question mark.
Sorry, bishop g4.
Bishop g4 check.
Yeah.
f3.
And just go somewhere.
On this diagonal.
Yeah.
Maybe you can give a check, go to c8 if you like.
That is smarter, I think.
And have to pack it here.
Although now a4 is potential
a4
problem.
and then...
But then h6, right? No, h6, knight f7.
And if a6, we just grab more space.
No, I thought bishop a3 could come into
bishop
place at some point, but
A3
maybe it
and
just
then
doesn't really
d5,
work.
yeah.
Here, actually, bishop e3 looks kind of strong.
Bishop e3 is strong. Interesting. Anyway, that's the game, and Goryachkina is thinking. So we'll see how ready is she for that and what she chooses. Yeah? So let's explore other games, maybe not that important from tournament standings perspective, but still, like
Very important for me personally.
Pankratov yesterday. I mean, I wish he'll play more games like him and Chigayev played yesterday.
Right.
Right.
I think when this one is already something.
G3 B6, D5 B6 second move.
Yeah, the move order is a
And
curious
D4 is also okay. I mean, it's no problem. I had a bishop T6, A4 A6, Queen D3. So we can't argue it's an original position. Yeah, Queen D3, Queen A3.
It is original. On the other hand, doesn't look that great for white, I think. I mean, in general, this structure, I think, is perfectly fine for black.
Yeah, but what exactly do you do about this
Queen
pawn?
anywhere?
E7,
E7, C7, yeah. So E7.
I thought this castle C4. You're not forced to react.
I'm not forced at all. Yeah.
Not only you're not forced, but you're not planning to react after C4. No, because I thought, why you play the queen to A3 at such an early stage? I thought, castle C4, and then if you take, then it's kind of awkward to protect. And with a queen on C7, you can play D5, but then knight D5, white, knight D6, white is better. Maybe not much, but white is better. But indeed, after C4, you'll just play a move, rook C8 or something, yeah.
I mean, maybe some slight pressure for white, but I was just pointing out that this structure in general isn't pretty dangerous for black, even though, say, the bishop on B7 looks kind of bad, but we can say the same about the bishop on G2.
Yeah, that's exactly the case. You want your bishop on G2 to be good, so that you try to open the diagonal, and black's bishop is on the same diagonal. Okay, so this is not yet all that promising. Motilev with Chigayev was bishop b5 check in the Sicilian, and not c4 but castles, right? c3 and queen e2.
I mean, this is very, very popular nowadays, and I think black is just getting crushed in this line lately. And one thing I will mention is that instead of knight f6, move 6. I think d5 is a very interesting line here for black. So e takes just a good halapin.
Yeah, here. Yeah. So d5, and if you take, queen takes. It's much harder to disturb the queen on d5. Yeah.
I mean, this is just absolutely fine. Even though we lost some time, but we exchanged the light squared bishop, so this is good for black. So the critical line is e5. Then we go like e6, knight e7, knight f5, and we get this kind of French without bad bishop. So I think this should be fine, although, lately this structure, I think it's been considered to be kind of dangerous for black, even without...
Anyway, that's interesting how it's getting re-evaluated, the space advantage, like in the Caro-Kann as well. Like you go bishop f5, e6, you say, okay, I don't have problematic pieces, everything's okay, and still...
You know what is probably one of the most dangerous lines for black right now in the French? I was surprised to see. Can we put it down? So e4, e6, d4, d5, e5, c5, c3, knight c6, let's say, knight f3, queen b6, and just bishop d3. C takes. I mean, I guess bishop d7 first. Probably bishop d7.
Bishop d7.
No. We don't take as white. I mean,
Okay, so bishop d7.
Bishop d7, castle,
C
takes h4.
Cool.
I mean, this is amazing, but this is one of the hot lines in the French right now, and I think this is actually kind of dangerous.
Yeah. Space advantage, boys. All right, and here queen e2, e6. The reason will be seen, right? Why queen e2 and not rook e1? So when we protect the pawn here with the queen, we have a choice.
Some difference.
And it's seen here after bishop e7. There is knight e1.
Yeah, that's the critical
Knight e1.
idea.
The knight goes to d3, and the pawn is free to.
I mean, we just want to drop the knight on the next move.
f3, f6, fe5. Interesting. fe5. I remember playing this as black, and I went f5. I wonder if here or after knight e1. I don't know if this is possible. Probably it is. I won the game, but it was a struggle. It's actually black's position is not good. Not good after f5 because the knight is stupid, and somehow I don't remember how exactly, but my opponent somehow put his pieces so that he gave me the access to the c file, but there was no entrance squares, and well, looked pointless.
I believe this year there's been several games, but the curious thing is that Giri beat Nils Grandelius here as white first, and then I think a couple of weeks later Nils Grandelius beat Rauf Mamedov as white. Then, so he picked it up from Giri, and it actually looks kind of bad, right?
Looks pleasant for white, if anything. Yeah, like the knight on f7 is strangely placed. Knight h6, you should be able to go g4, and black's d pawn for now. It's not clear
if you
how useful. How useful is it? Because d4, bishop f2, you are very likely to lose this pawn very soon. Yeah, it seems to be a success. I mean, compared to stuff they are grinding in various Nidovs nowadays, it's strangely like it seems to be a boring sideline, but in fact you're getting a better prospect.
I agree overall, although the last move is kind of interesting, right? Knight f8. So maybe the knight is heading towards c5, and we should reconsider everything we just said.
Will we be able to play b4 once it is on b7? Like even going a3? I know, perhaps not the ideal move.
Maybe then knight a5, one knight comes to c4, the second comes to c6.
Yeah. So you're not forced to go to b7, yeah, right.
I mean, if black gets to solve this problem with his knight on f7, then this is probably not that bad.
Yeah, knight fd8.
And the maneuver itself is very original. I don't... Where else do you go? Like knight f6, e4, g5, f7, d8.
4, yeah, potentially 5 and 6.
Yeah.
So the knight gets on c5 in 6 moves. Right, so once again, it's not that theory heavy, even though already, how much, 19 moves played, and it's a fresh position and can develop into something very interesting. Aleksandr with Rachmanov. That's the line.
Rachmanov Petrov.
That's the line we were talking about. So Rachmanov plays the Petrov because we all know Rachmanov is solid, and then after knight e4 and knight c3, you call it Rachmanov Petrov, right? So
right.
Just go back.
He only plays this against knight c3. And he might be the only one who does that actually.
d4 and bishop e7, right?
Yeah,
because there were ideas with g6, bishop g7. I'm not sure. What's the problem with those, but apparently there is some. I remember it was 10 10 years ago, maybe a bit less than 10 years ago, it was a popular Black's response in correspondence database.
Knight of 6?
Not taking on c3, but going knight f6. Yeah.
I mean, maybe all these guys, they studied
Rachmanov's games, yeah. And it was an interesting thing because, let me be more exact. Like I was looking at this line, like 2012, 2013, and the computers back then, or rather engines back then, because I didn't have like out of this world hardware. So okay, just running it on a laptop as we all used to do back then. Yeah, and
some still do.
The engines were funny because obviously you play d4, white gets the development advantage and then the space and everything.
Was it +2?
Yeah, no. It was something reliable like plus 0.60. Fine, you know, symmetrical position, and yeah. But then you follow exactly the moves that the engine is recommending. It's not like you're inventing something. It gets less and less. So it's 0.60, which in 3 moves gets to 0.40, and then eventually 0.15, which you understand you will never win.
Right.
And maybe it's still the case, even though, of course, modern engines are much trickier. So bishop to e7, bishop d3, castles, rook e8. And you know what? I mean, I also have something to compare it with. If we speak of this really bad opening, Aleksandr defense, which I've played many times, and compare such, I don't know which line to pick. Okay, let's say h3, castles, knight f3, and so on. So the structure, okay, the pawn's on c4 versus pawn on c2, right? But black's knight on f6 is kind of better than on b6. And here, you could still get away with it. Yeah, it is better for white, but mainly because the knight is on b6. So, I mean,
I played it myself a bunch of times and never really enjoyed it as black, to be honest.
Yeah, in our case, I mean, I don't know what this h3 is about, to be sorry, h6 is about, to be honest, but apparently he knows.
He knows, I think. Yeah.
a6, h6, a6, knight e2, knight c6, knight g3. Interestingly, I think white did achieve something. So that this bishop didn't get developed. I mean, I don't know why you need a6 for, but let's
B5.
imagine.
I mean, he just played B5.
Let's imagine a6 happens, this happens, this happens. Ah, no. He won't play h. No, I thought like a6, and if white does spend the tempo on h3, which he might not be forced to do, then knight c6, you can't play knight e2, right? So you'll have to care about knight b4. I don't know if this, I don't know if this means anything. Yeah,
it's too deep.
Why h6? We don't know. Anyway, so it's built like that. b5. Yeah, so he simply wants to play b5 and then maybe put the bishop on b7, even though
it's a bit strange.
b5, a4. Not yet clear, yeah, why you need... maybe knight b4, knight d5, and then try to say that the knight is kind of stable on d5. So that's rook b8.
a4 is actually a very useful move, right? But then maybe like just takes
rook
b8 or
takes,
c3 first.
Takes and c3 and yeah.
Maybe bishop e6 then. So
and put the bishop here.
Yeah. So the idea apparently is not to put the bishop on b7, but to fight for the light scores. Right?
That's exactly. He played rook b8. So b5 is covering c4 to secure yourself an outpost on d5, yeah? Starts to make sense. Okay, so what else? That's it, yeah, I think that's it. Checked Pankratov with Predke, Motylev, Chigayev, no moves after knight f to d8. here it's rook b8 and Rachmanov doing Rachmanov things. Suggest we check Vityugov Yesipenko once again, just quickly. b6, b3, rook d1, that's what we've seen. Bishop a6, knight d2, and c5. Those are tricky positions, honestly, because, I mean, it may look like in Queen's Gambit, if something like that happens, if black plays c5, yeah, and you get this 4 pawns in the third, you more or less know, yeah, like the C and D files will be open, and here though,
I've had this situation once as well. I mean, maybe even this exact position. So I played against a student of mine who we worked on some openings, including this one. This line is black against the Catalan, and you know, it's really hard to prepare against yourself, more or less, because that's the line I played myself back then, and I taught him how to play this as black as well, and then. You know, I was preparing against him, and I couldn't really see what to do. And I went for this line, and I think I even got some advantage, but it wasn't really big. But I just remember my feelings that I wasn't comfortable at all. Not just because I was playing my student, and you know, the prep wasn't simple, but in this type of position, I think it's slightly easier for black to play, like rook c8, and you know, the queen on c2 is a bit misplaced, so this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and what's interesting that in fact this tension, these 4 pawns, can be kept for quite some time, quite a few minutes.
And we can add some extra forces and play e4. You know?
Yeah, because like normally the one who starts exchanging kind of misses out. Yeah, I don't know if dc5 is ever a move. That's the only thing I mean, in terms of captures, like, I'm almost sure black kind of never wants to take, even though takes rook c8. Yeah, I mean, if black to move, maybe he does want to take.
I think
rook c8 is more natural, of course. Yeah,
the line should be something like bishop b2, yeah, and rook c8, e4, this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Just have to mention that those are typically dangerous for black, right? Because, I mean, if the knight gets to f5 and like, there's also knight c6. Exactly, like you're not rushing with capturing that stuff. Even though here you kind of have to. d5 is a threat. Okay. And since we do go thinking, can it be that e4 immediately is a move?
I mean, he's definitely considering it, but bishop b2 feels a bit more.
Yeah, bishop b2 is just like the bishop will end up being on b2 anyway. Yeah. Okay, so I think all the games reached their point of, you know, opening stage finished, and it's time to figure out what to do.
Yep.
So we can go back to women's tournament because we've only checked 2 games, right? And not too deep. So once again, we'll start with Ovod Guninan, as we agreed it's perhaps the most important game of today. e5, d takes, knight takes, bishop e3 was played. Kind of fighting against bishop c5, perhaps. Even though it's bishop d6, h3, castles, bishop e2 back, f8, knight d2, and knight g6.
Well, so Ovod looks like she wants to get everything she wants out of the position, but I feel like it's a bit too much to desire from here. You know, all this h3, bishop e2,
rook e3 is a threat.
Is a threat, and maybe even a move after white castles, right?
Yeah, interestingly, after castle you can still. I mean, there is probably nothing wrong with jumping this knight to f4, for instance, but might as well consider just takes and queen e7.
Yeah.
Attack this and also prepare for queen e5.
This is unpleasant, I think. For
So even this type of exchange sacrifice is valid. Other than that, what can you do? Knight f3, I believe you don't have to be specifically Goonie now to take. And go bishop g3, knight e4. Yeah.
Wait, so what do we play? Is rook e3 a huge threat, actually? I mean, if we...
It kind of is. I mean, I think we have to accept this position. I mean, not sure if it's that bad for white. I think we have to accept this position. I mean, because if we are not castling now, do we castle at all? Yeah, castle's played. So now, really, I would be tempted to take.
I mean, she will take 100%.
Gune will
sure.
take, yeah? So,
And she's also half an hour ahead on the clock. Suddenly.
yeah. Very curious to see how this develops. It's an interesting game. Okay, let's go on. Shuvalova with Bodnaruk, 15 moves played, some Sicilian Naidov with f4, e5, knight b3. That's confusing.
Yeah,
Always thought f4 was played with the idea to go knight f3, right? Knight b3, knight d7, g4. Like, I'm surprised with every move, to be honest.
Well, but it was clearly prepped, so...
Knight d7? No.
Yeah, 97 I'm surprised with as well, yeah.
Knight d7 allowing g4 early is a little bit, yeah, and g5 and queen f3.
This actually looks really good for white.
Yeah, looks very good for white, exactly. That's, once again, that's a fine line. In some positions, like playing g5 and taking off the center is really stupid, but not here.
Not here, because, I mean, we get the d5 square, we get the f file opened, so I like white.
Yeah, and I say white's pieces are not yet developed in some specific way, which is in which it will be bad to go g5. It's either it's kind of better to have it on initial squares, because now I see the structure, I see the square, the d5 square, and so on, and I can develop the piece accordingly. But white doesn't even need to do anything super clever, right? Castles, and then if black has to go knight d7, paying 2 tempi in this kind of position.
Was knight c5 a problem, or why did she play knight d7?
I don't know, really. Bishop e7. Yes, like feels like anything is better than losing to the tempi. But,
Right,
maybe you're not on time. Maybe indeed knight c5 is. I mean, you could go queen c7.
I will never believe that knight e7 is the best move in the position.
Queen c7 is an option. Yeah. Okay. So knight goes back to d7. King b1, g6, h4. I'm not even sure about king b1. Remember our little discussion a couple of days ago? Yeah. And this could be one of those instances where king b1 is actually a waste of time.
But on the other hand, I feel white's position is so good that we can just,
it's like I'm not really criticizing it, because it's one of the moves that I would play myself just to be comfortable, right? But on the other hand, maybe it's not playing for the maximum from white's perspective. Maybe you could have done something a bit more energetic.
Two tempi on knight b6, knight d7, so
yeah, on the
king
other
b1
hand,
is.
I get this logic. My king is safe, and I'm still tempo up. Yeah, I mean, why not?
I mean, what's really, really surprising to me is that Bodnaruk, it's not like she just picked up the Najdorf and she's experimenting with. She. We are from the same city and we are the same age. So the first time I played here, maybe it was like 20 years ago, and already then she only played the Najdorf and the Najdorf and the King's Indian. So how can you, being a Najdorf player, even think of this knight b6, knight d7 maneuver? That's the most surprising thing.
That's kind of beyond us, right? Rook c8. And then in many cases in the Naidov, you would probably be somewhat scared of rook takes c3, but once again the same argument, not when black just lost to tempi. So I think you just go with your play like bishop h3.
Right.
Or something.
I mean, if we're really scared, I think knight d5 is also great
Yeah,
for white.
but bishop h3,
Just
why exactly doesn't it win? Like on a spot? Because, I mean, if we exchange... maybe we exchange bishop e7, still black's on time to
but
protect
knight
f7.
d5.
Yeah, but allowing knight d5.
On the other hand, okay, so
on.
we just played knight d5, she takes back, and then the bishop comes to h3 with no opposition.
You
so-
mean knight d5, yeah. Knight d5. Yeah, it feels like both are winning, to be honest. And yeah, white just played knight d5. Alright, yeah, wait, for knight d5 I had some case where if I take, you take with the rook, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, like the point was the pawn on d6 is no longer hanging and I can put the bishop on g7 and then hope for knight f4. That was my... But you just
I mean, it's not like I'm threatening to win the game on the spot, but I think the position itself is just so overwhelming, so...
It's a terrible position for black indeed. And the fact that the h pawn is swapped for the f pawn is also, I mean, it's like, you know, not going too deep. You've exchanged more central for the rook pawn. Yes, it's kind of silly. But in fact, I mean, one of the ways black gets counterplaying such knights is by going f5, castling and then going
Even
f5
F6
and
sometimes.
opening f6, even f6, yes, because f5 might not be taken en passant, yeah. And then you open the f file for yourself, g file for white. And imagine opening the g file for white with your king being on g8 and the g6 pawn being a target. So all in all, looks very promising for Shuvalova after just, 1 hour of play on move 15. I would declare this one be winning for white objectively.
It is looking winning, but what is not looking that winning anymore is Gunina's position. She did not take on e3.
She didn't take, and we blame her for that.
We kind of, I mean, what is your play after rook takes e3?
Was rook e3... you just go, right?
Yeah.
Let's say I go knight f... no, wait, but that is just...
I'm
Knight
just
h5 and you win the exchange. It's
Yeah.
pawn up immediately, kind of.
I mean,
Or
it's,
why
it's
h5?
the
I mean, it's
game
knight
immediately,
e4, knight
yeah.
f4, knight e5. That's a nightmare. Actually,
How do you not lose? That's the question here. It's not like white just
Three.
black just has a great compensation.
maybe I take. Okay, maybe this is the way. In fact, maybe I take
all right,
and
true.
put the knight on f1.
I mean, this way you probably don't lose, but it's a
yeah, I'm not
it's a
very
pawn,
happy.
Right?
I'm not very happy with. It is a.
Oh, no, you
No,
can't-
it's not a pawn.
Okay.
You cannot take on e3, right? So you take.
Wait, but the material is equal.
yeah, materials
pawn down.
equal.
No, but this is just a terrible position.
Materials equal. You have a pawn on e3. I mean, it is not a great position, but d5 is the target.
I
on
mean,
the
I
knight
guess
f1, bishop
you're
f3.
not winning immediately as black, but I mean, it is definitely better than what's happening. I mean, unless again
Bishop
there's some forcing stuff.
c7, rook e1. Maybe
Which,
she takes it now.
No, but then knight comes to f1, so at least
Now
we
the
covered
knight
the
comes to
squares.
f1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it still looks promising, to be honest, but not as promising as in the previous move. And also, you know, that the fact that she didn't take, I don't think she will take now.
Yeah, because let's say you play queen d6, white goes knight f1. That may be your last, let's say, if you believe there is enough compensation here, right? Maybe that's your last time to take, because white will
But
play bishop d3, f3. And there is no way you're removing this knight from f1.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the trick. That's a very solid defending piece. Yeah.
I mean, and if we expect anyone to take on e3, it's good at
It's
first,
winning,
right?
yeah.
So surprising stuff.
It's quite a bit of a surprise. No, rook a to d8, so she's just playing moves.
Which is okay. I mean, black's position is absolutely fine, but I mean, I think she could have just punished white for this slow, h3, bishop to e2.
Yeah, like
stuff.
playing all the prophylactic moves.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so that will be the game, or it will not, let's say, will not lose a miniature. Move on. Gira with Galyamova. What's it called? Slav defense with queen b3. And we transpose into Catalan with queen b3. This is, once again, I keep calling this stuff surprising because it surprises me. h6. I think that was
Nothing wrong.
I mean, it's like it's known and it's good. With queen on b3, you just go to a6 and you force white to take, and it's absolutely nothing. h6, maybe there is nothing wrong with what black does, but postponing developing of this bishop indefinitely is not happening.
Yeah, but what is white's plan actually?
What's white's
It's
plan?
knight d2 move, but then why would you put the rook on d1, right?
Maybe that?
I mean, I guess I can even take, play b6 and still be completely fine.
Yeah, I agree. I gotta need e4, and I need it now in order to kind of to punish black for
So I have a feeling that rook d1 is a very natural move, but maybe just
rook d1 is
wrong
not
direction.
the move. Yeah, maybe rook d1 is not the move. Maybe you're right. Maybe knight d2. Hang on a second. Bishop d. No. Let's do the normal Catalan. This, and there is. How is that? c6, bishop g2, knight d7, castle. It's a weird moves order. Sorry, that castles. Yeah, you somehow can get to this position in a little bit more logical way. And then one of the moves, and very critical move, is actually knight d2. Knight d2, and they play something smart like bishop c7.
I just know that knight d2 is supposed to bring some advantage to white.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. So now we have the same position with the inclusion of moves queen b3 and h6.
Looks like it should favor black a little bit because the queen.
Because
feels
in those,
misplaced.
and in those lines there were also bishop g5
Yeah.
somewhere. Knight d2. Let me try to recall that. Takes everything e5, I'm guessing. And yeah, it's like if you go f5, there's supposed to be like d6, bishop g5, and a check from b3. I think something like that. So maybe h6 is actually favorable.
H6 is a useful move.
Favorable for black.
I mean, also I think it stops some e4 ideas. Let's say if you play rook e8, let's say, instead of h6. I think e4 is a playable move right now.
e4, knight takes.
Oh, but okay, not rook e8
Pawn
probably, because
takes.
now you have f5.
Knight f5 c5 though.
Oh, c5, right.
5 c5 and takes on e6. I mean, unless there is some, I don't see any tactic. Yeah.
So h6 is useful. h6 is
H6 is
useful, and we're not
useful.
so sure about that move queen b3, right?
Right. But white seemingly is not planning to go for e4, so she went rook d1, queen e7. Once again, the same thing. So Gira is getting a favorable position from the opening and then somehow can't find maybe the most energetic follow-up. It's still, I can't play e4 really.
Yeah, and I think queen e7 actually was played to stop all the c5 ideas after we play f5 as black. So what Galyamov is doing, I mean, it looks a bit strange, but
It makes sense.
I think we figure out what her idea actually is.
Okay, queen e7. But you can also kind of hope to capture and go e5, yeah? I mean, that's why you set up in
I
this way.
guess, but that
Like dc4, queen c4, e5, and
I mean, if we are able to play b6, bishop a6, I think this is a better plan than taking c4.
All right, Gira thinking. Let's move on. Guseva and Voigt. What's that? Another Catalan check and knight to d2.
Yeah, we've seen something like this in this tournament.
b6, bishop b7, a3. I don't think you're supposed to play a3 here.
And that's one of the moves, I believe. I mean, 95 was played by Enrique, right? Against Aleksandr. I think historically b3 is the main move. No, b3, not b3.
Yeah.
And I think a3 is a move as well. So
a3, bishop e7?
yeah, takes b4, I think that's...
Takes
bishop d5.
Bishop d5, yeah. Bishop d5.
All right, that I'm not familiar with.
Knight d7, e4, bishop goes back, b4, c5.
No, but I don't think you want to play b4 here as well, because it doesn't stop c5, right? That's the whole point, I believe.
But what do you do then? Somehow get ready to play d5 and sacrifice.
Maybe e5, knight e4 is an idea. I don't know. And then knight g5, some jumps.
So b4, c5.
That's kind of what she does, but...
oh, wait a second. Can it be... Okay.
No, she just played e5, right?
Yes, she did play e5, so but that kind of ruins the whole concept. Or not. Wait. Can this still be played? Trying to use the c4. Well, I'll probably not be in time.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you will be able to stabilize the knight there. Or maybe I'm actually playing rook c8 first, and if knight c4, then knight b6.
Knight b6, and you have kind of have too many knights to exchange on c4, right?
Bishop b5, I mean, it should be fine for black.
Agreed. e5, knight d5. Yeah, it's kind of, that doesn't go together well. I mean, the move b4 with e5 advance and so on. Because, as you said, knight e4 with knight g5 idea is one of the possible plans. Sometimes they even play queen e4 to get it to g4, right? Exactly this moment using, like, the bishop is pinned and... the knight is pinned, the bishop is hanging on b7.
But then again, why do you play b4, right?
Yeah, but why do you play b4? That's exactly the question. I'm not sure. Right,
I think she will take on c5 and play b5. That's the only reasonable explanation. Even then, a6 actually.
The only kind of reasonable strategic approach, yeah. a6.
You don't have a4, and if you take,
we'll have to take bishop a6, right? Maybe knight c4, and maybe I'm somehow holding the. Yeah, we'll put this knight here.
But this is very shaky for white, I think.
I don't know.
Maybe not.
Maybe not much. Yeah, maybe not much because the bishop on e7 is still like not great. We shall see. Okay, I'm moving to Kashlinska and Pogonina one more time. Knight b3. We said, yeah, that was a game between Gavyachkina and Sarana. Yeah.
All right. I mean, not knight b3, but this knight dc5 line. I mean,
the dc5 line.
They got it to rook ft1.
And then black.
Yeah, bishop d7 happened or something like that.
All right, so bishop e3. h6, f3. Knight went to g5. Interesting.
Well, knight c5 takes rook b1 was a problem.
Yeah. Knight g5. That's something strange, to be honest.
What?
Do you really need...
h4?
Yeah, h4, knight h7, knight d4. Like, feels like a bit of a waste of time, h4.
I agree. I mean, the knight is probably
on
heading
g5
towards f8 anyways, right?
Yeah, the knight on g5 is not doing all that much, yes. At least it's not immediately clear what was the reason to play h4 here, right? Like if you're planning to go knight d4, you might as well.
Yeah.
Just go knight d4, see how black reacts. You supposedly can play h4.
And sometimes
move up.
you have, let's say, somehow you bring the knight to d6.
Yeah, I don't know. Rook d8, queen b3, for instance.
Queen b3?
Once again, I want to play the endgame just to highlight that, yeah, this knight on g5, it will have to go back.
Right. And also, white has an idea of taking on g5 at some point and playing
Exactly.
queen e3. So yeah, h4 feels off.
h4, knight h7, knight d4. Okay. Still,
No, I mean, still white
Still
should
white-
be better, yeah. But
white's position seems very, very pleasant indeed. White's position seems to be very, very pleasant. And there is one more game. Garifulina with B-Wall. Oh, good old French. Pancratov French. From now on we are calling it this. Knight c6 and a4.
yeah, okay, Garifulin is much better prepared than Chigaev in this line. I mean, we said that queen g4 was critical, and I think it still is, but a4 definitely looks like a better move than bishop d3.
This, bishop b5, and this,
Although bishop b5 is a bit
c4,
surprising.
queen c1, knight f3, h6, castle short, castle, queen b2.
And black looks absolutely fine, as always, in this line.
It's just a good line for black.
Yeah. I mean,
I wonder what white's trying to do with all this queen c1, queen b2. Is he or she, in this case, Garifulina, is she really trying to attack?
how can you
How can
possibly
you possibly
so if I
create a
rook b1, I
threat?
play rook h7, whatever.
Bishop c4.
Oh, bishop c4.
Brilliant.
All right, bishop c4 was
Brilliant.
missed. Yeah.
No, but I think one thing you can do, you can actually
Always play
do
e6,
this, right, rook b1 maybe, and then go queen c7, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So sooner or later, and rather sooner than later, white has to take, and you take it with, I don't know what, maybe with the knight in this case. So that I'm planning f6, bishop e8, and get the bishop to g6.
Right. I'm not sure where is the attack in this case.
Yeah, because the whole point of a4 was to keep the bishop on c1, go bishop a3, install it somewhere like on d6.
And with bishop b5, it's something I
Ooh,
haven't really seen before.
g5. Don't know if you like that. I mean, it's an aggressive move. I get it and all.
If we get to play f6, then I think it's a decent move.
So I don't know if
Actually,
rook
like,
b1 is
why not?
rook b1. Maybe
Still
still
queen
queen
c7.
c7. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. So g5 sometimes is like a weakening move, yeah, but probably not here because white has nearly all of his pieces stuck on the queen side. All right. That once again promises us a very entertaining game. I mean, this structure, as you said, I mean, it cannot be boring, right? It's
cannot be
either
boring.
white is better, black is better.
It's all maneuvers, but at some point it blows up. And actually, what usually happens is that white gets something on the king side, black gets something on the queen side, and it's still extremely sharp and interesting.
Yeah, and once again, I think we will never be tired of mentioning Kramnik Anand
Right.
from last year.
It wasn't the winner, but yeah, it was still a great example of how these
Yeah.
French structures are very, very fighting and interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so I suggest we go back to the Open. Matlakov with Goryachkina. In fact, indeed, the pawn was sacrificed. So look, knight, they've exchanged on e4, check on g4, and interestingly, king c2, not f3. Okay. h6, knight f3, exchange on f3, bishop takes, rook f1, bishop h4.
And just Malakov just played a4. So just compensation.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly nothing forcing. Just claiming that we have some simple
Pleasures of life. Simple pleasures of life, like a pair of bishops and some initiative on the queen side. And for black, like, yes, you have the majority on the king side and an extra pawn, but how soon will you move it? Yeah. Bishop g5, by the way, we just take, yeah? We just take and go rook g1 and win the pawn back.
We win the pawn back, but I think in general this is an idea black.
That's something you need to do, like g6, maybe takes, king g7. And
here b5 is...
b5,
d5.
b5 or bishop d5 is... bishop d5 f6, though.
Yeah, okay, so b5.
Probably. b5 f6 as well.
Ooh. Then I go back with the rook g2.
You go
just
back,
knight e7, right?
And knight e7, yeah. And you will feel like...
No, but rook g2 maybe, so I can
g2,
actually double the d file.
Yeah. I was about to say that you'll feel like Yesipenko in few more moves, but no, your bishop is not that terrible.
Not that terrible. Not on g3, so...
Yeah. All right, so anyway, that's a very interesting concept from Matlakov, and it feels, at least, it was prepared at home, yeah?
I mean, it was for sure. Maybe not this
exact position,
this exact position, but the whole idea of sacrificing the pawn, it was prepped. And yeah, Maxim actually is one of those people who, tries to come up with new, not just new moves, but new sort of setups and different openings. I don't know if this has been played, but at least this is something new to me. So I'm sure there are not that many games in this line.
I have to say I'm not very good memorizing the games I'm commentating on.
Right.
But, asking myself who was kind of the most creative player in a way, or most knowledgeable players, a player with the most ideas. For Matlakov, I can clearly say the guy works on chess. I mean, in every game, it's a principled line. It's never like, okay, I'll play this, and see what happens. Yes, there's always, he comes to the game, he has an idea. He
tries to take it professional. I mean, not just tries, but he does
manages to take it professionally. Right. Okay. So.
And another guy who obviously comes to mind when it comes to some original opening ideas is Dubov, right? And I don't know if they still work together, but
they used to work.
They used to work together for quite a long time. So
Fedoseev is the guy who has some opening ideas. This B6 98 thing.
Yeah, but Fedoseev is a bit different. He tries to come up with something really original and
ridiculous. Is the word.
That's not the word I wanted to use, but yeah, I guess this is.
But I still enjoy the line he has played.
But his lines are more of like tricky ones.
Yeah, so it's like a gamble, or I don't know. I'll play this till they figure out something. This kind of stuff.
While for Matlakov, for Dubov, their approach is different. They try to be as principled as they can.
Okay, so look, after Rook D1 in Andreikin's game against Fedoseev, surprisingly, Fedoseev did not play Rook C8, the natural-looking move. Went for Rook D7. Rook C to B5, Bishop D5. Once again, apparently you cannot take on B7 because King E1 was played.
And why couldn't Black play B6 in the previous move?
This we don't know. He could.
I think he could, yeah.
And he still can. Right? Similarly, he still can. B6, and I was very optimistic for White in that game, and I'm afraid I'm no longer that optimistic.
That's the usual case in this Grunfeld 10 games. Looks nice and everything, but then Black plays a couple of moves, and suddenly
A couple of tricky moves, and then
what do you do?
why exactly my position is good? Yeah. All right. To say everything, yeah, I think B6 is what you do. Well, technically, it's not hanging all that much.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't really see a reason why not to play this move. And, I mean, this is
why would you be, inventing something? Yeah. It's like you play B6 and that's it. You know why? Maybe because like I'm dropping the rook back and trying to seize the C file and bishop A6 if you go rook C8. Maybe it's kind of it's clumsy. I don't know. Yeah.
Not A5, maybe.
A5, rook C1. Yeah.
Or rook C. All right. Yeah. I mean, this is.
At least it kind of makes sense that I don't know if I've provoked the rook, rook to D7, but yeah, made the rook go to D7 and then trying to take control over the C file. Yeah, but if the position is still kind of tricky, maybe there will be some play. Let's move on. Pankratov with Spratke. Queen A3, the move that we did not mention. Queen B8 was played.
We didn't mention it, but it's sort of standard. But took Predke a long time to figure out how he wants to, where he wants to put his pieces.
C4, and he actually does take and goes knight E8.
Yeah, but I'm sure that's what he was figuring out when he played Queen B8, right? So. Actually, it looks fine. I mean,
yeah, black
some minor issues, but
black still
temporary ones.
Black still looks exceptionally solid. Bishop H3, what I was discussing with myself. Because there is a certain feeling, like when black has all the pieces like that, yeah, you want to come up with something on the king side.
Yeah, so but bishop H3 I can just take it.
Yeah, but that's not only you can, but I think it might be that you kind of should take bishop F3, queen F3, and D5.
Yeah, absolutely fine.
And knight D6, and the knight on E8, which looked misplaced a couple of moves ago. Actually, is a nice piece.
But that's a temporary thing. So, yeah, black's position looks a bit passive, but it's very solid at the same time. So, and maybe you actually want to take on F3 on the next move.
Yeah, maybe we just take on F3 anyway.
Yeah.
So this way, he made sure that D6 is covered, and after D5 also D6 is covered, so white knight will have to go back. Yeah. Yeah, bishop F3 and D5 indeed is an idea. Yeah. Perhaps just equalized. Motilev with Chigayev moved 22.
And the pawn is on D4. That's kind of surprising.
Queen D2 played by Motilev.
So B4. Really
so B4 is in the in case of knight B7. D4, bishop F2, A5. So that's why you play D4, because A5 sounds like the way you stop B4, right? But yeah, but B6 was hanging. So that's why this, A3, A4, and Chigayev is claiming that he will have two tempi to bring the knight to C5. In which case, by the way, white no longer has the equality, in my opinion, because at least time to start doubting your decisions, right? So that only means both are playing very principled. Both are playing very, very principled.
Yeah, the only problem, the knight on D8 is still a problem, but D4 is kind of weak, right? So
maybe we just take D4 by going rook D1.
Rook D1 and knight B4. As one of the options.
like specifically in case of knight B7, I'm probably happy to go knight B4.
Yeah, because if you take A takes, and then we also take the C5 square under control, right?
Rook C4 though, Just
C4, but I mean
Just realize.
this looks very dangerous. I think knight d4,
still you take on d4 with the knight.
Yeah.
If bishop takes
queen
queen
e2, queen g4.
Yeah.
E6 is weak. The king side is a bit weak as well. So I'm not so sure what's the plan.
Okay,
here.
d1 sounds good. Get the knight to b3 so that knight b4 does not exchange it. Like go here maybe.
Can I take the pawn?
You can take it. That's a move I don't see. You can take it immediately.
Yeah, there's a hidden threat.
Yeah. Yes, after rook d1, there might be some problems for Chigaev. Not clear how to oppose the knight b4 thing, and as well. After we've learned Fedoseev game yesterday, knight c1. I understand it's not that great, but it covers b3 against potential knight a5. Yeah, can be put on e2 to attack this pawn yet one more time.
Right.
So if knight b4 in some case does not work, knight c1, okay.
No, but what is Black's next move if not knight b7?
Yeah,
right?
that's a big question.
That's the whole point of the 5 previous moves. Like when you started with knight d8, d4, a5, a4, everything is done to bring the knight to c5.
Queen d1.
That's deep. Oh, a4 is attacked.
A4 is attacked, yeah. Honestly, I just thought of it a second ago. That could it be that queen d1 is an actual move? But what's the follow-up if I say go b5?
Here's b3. And Chigaev is shocked he can't even write it
Honestly,
down.
didn't think of playing on this side of the board, but who knows? Yeah, the b3 somehow I don't believe it because we take go knight a5.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. On the other hand, b5 now c5 is kind of less supported. So who knows? Knight d2 if the queen on d5 though. The d5 will be a good outpost for the queen. This.
Yeah, but in any case, this is a promising game, right?
That's a very, very complex, strategically
Right,
complex
strategically.
game. Yeah, queen d5, what I said, you can go queen f3 because the end game now, it's almost like an extra pawn for white. Yeah,
but still, takes rook d8.
takes.
I was going to say rook d8, but
I'm not even planning to take
yeah,
in
okay,
the
so knight b7, but then I bring the knight to a5. I think that's my idea.
Yeah, and especially if I put this rook on c1.
Although even then knight g2, so
Yeah, maybe this to or this to c1 to stop knight c5. Yeah, but I have a feeling I'm winning this pawn, and who knows what happens next. Right. So this is the line certainly to consider playing against this Sicilian.
Yep.
That must be why a lot of people play knight d7 nowadays. And a couple of years ago, I would say it jokingly because I thought there was actually no point whatsoever to play knight d7 because bishop d7 felt reliable.
Yeah, but knight d7 is also... I think nowadays it's as popular as bishop d7.
Yeah. Okay. 2 more games. Aleksandr with Rachmanov. Will Rachmanov prove that his system is a good system? That's what I'm curious to learn. Yeah, he's really special in his opening choices. Sorry, yeah, bishop b3, knight. Yeah, you stop it from going via b4, so I'll transfer it via e7. This.
Yeah, it looks like white doesn't really have much, to be honest.
Bishop d7, b3. Yeah.
White looks a bit more active, but the rooks exchanged. If white goes c4, then even more pawns will get exchanged. So like,
And also knight b4 for now.
I mean, knight
right?
b4 is also a problem. Yeah, but just in general, like, it feels like there is just not enough breaks for white.
Yeah.
Active opportunities.
So I kind of have to watch out for c4, which is the only thing perhaps that worries me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking, can I do something like that? Queen c8 in order to play queen b7, in order to play rook e8. I mean, Rachmanov style. I mean, just queen c8. See, I'm getting better at guessing his moves.
All right.
Queen c8. Yeah, and for white kind of achieved something in terms of putting the pieces the best way is available in those open positions with the open e-file, right? Imagine
then
that
the question is, what's next?
What's next? Yeah, exactly. In terms of pawn pushes, your pieces are not ideally placed, right? c4 just takes knight b4.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe try to get this guy to f5. Knight h4 and knight f5.
I think c5 is also an idea for black. I mean, that's probably not
Especially
how
with queen c8.
Rachmanov plays, but yeah. c5 looks reasonable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, honestly, the line looks sound. I mean, what's...
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Queen c8. Reached move 20. So today we don't have like too slow of a game. Everything. Gira Galyamova move 10. Maybe that's the slowest. And something else to check. Vityugov with Yesipenko. Okay, this is something to check. Rook
Just rook c1.
Rook a to c1 played by Nikita.
Also,
And b5, b takes, c d4.
I have a feeling everything will just
Be swapped
be swapped in the center, and just won't be too many pieces left to play with.
So, but what do you do? Do you take? I mean, taking with the knight, I have maybe a bit dangerous for myself, but ambitious approach to play e5 and d4. Considering that I'm a very aggressive player and trying to play for a win.
E3.
E3. So you're actually saying that you will be able to force me, right?
Yeah. I mean, this line may put us at risk of not having any intrigue for tomorrow's round.
Yeah. Knight takes. Perhaps you always have something solid. I don't know how specifically, but what you want to make sure that you take on d5 with the piece, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Knight b6. Who knows? Yeah, very likely. Further simplifications.
Yeah, but
and a draw.
This is not a very promising game. Let's put it this way.
That one is not the most entertaining, indeed.
E5.
E5. See, this is how you play.
All right, so
my man, Andre.
we should
my man. Knight
take our words back.
Knight f5. I don't think you have anything but dc4 here. I'm worried. I don't know.
Knight e4 probably wins somehow. It's too many attacked pieces.
Too many tricks. I mean, bishop h3. Yeah, dc4 looks really scary.
Okay, I agree. But that line we just looked at, knight f5,
e3. Here I don't see a move.
Yeah, I mean
here because this once again looks really dangerous.
It's miserable for black, I think.
Yeah, because the whole point, I mean, if you allow such structure, the whole point is that your pawn has to be on e6. And even then it's not clear, right? But
I mean, this would be much better version for black. Yeah.
you can compare the two. Yeah, exactly. Because here, the only kind of dialogue is if c4 is weak or not, right? And with this structure, very often, there wouldn't be a c4 pawn at all, and still all the, I mean...
Full compensation for
Yeah,
black,
yeah. So imagine, black is kind of a pawn up, I don't know. There is c4 pawn and there's b6 pawn for black. It's still white. All of a sudden, all white pieces make a lot of sense. So that's not an option. Somehow sacrificing the pawn, I thought, could be an option, like going rook b8 and so. But white, at the very least, has knight b3, right? So he can block the b file.
Wait, what if I take the pawn?
I mean, you probably do take. No, it just, I mean, later on. So like rook b8 does not represent that much of a threat. Bishop a3, you can always go knight b3. So I don't believe in it. Yeah, I think it... And he did play d4. He did play d4, so apparently we don't see something.
Or he doesn't
Or he
see
doesn't
something.
see something. Because indeed e3 looks... I mean, first of all, it's simple and it does look strong.
It's simple, strong, typical, so will be played by Nikita, I think.
Surprise.
I am surprised as well, especially considering how solid Isipenko has been in this tournament. All draws.
Yeah, but maybe, you know, at some point
You
you
just
just
got
lose,
tired,
you
yeah.
just lose patience, right?
Yeah, but seriously, this puts us at a very, very serious risk, right?
Yeah,
if
but like
Medvedev
tomorrow's game, kind of
maybe
not
that
having
interesting
all
as well.
that influence. Yeah.
No, we want to have half a point leader.
Okay. So, women's chess once again. What game do you want to see? Ovod Gunina. Is Ovod winning the game yet? Is Gunina winning the game?
I don't think anyone is winning it.
Okay, so what happened indeed? Bishop d4. No rook e3 for you, ma'am.
Right.
That. Lots of jumping, takes, queen g4, g6, g3. What do you play?
Knight d3.
Knight d3. Have to take.
Have to take. I probably have to. I mean, I don't have to, but
Yeah, you take b2.
this is the most principle, yeah.
Because if you take here, b7 is hanging. That's something you don't wanna allow. So knight b2, and then God knows.
Well, at least the structure is favorable for black now, but the bishop on d4 is kind of strong, you know.
The bishop on d4
dark
is stronger.
squares.
I mean, I have moves, like I have rook e1, I possibly have knight e3, all of a sudden some knight f5.
Yeah.
It's a tricky position. I mean,
any
anyone's game then. It's a little bit strange what Valentina did. And it's not that you can do an awful... it's not like you have an awful lot of options, right? Knight e6 is technically... yeah?
Bishop f6.
I missed it. That's how it works.
Missed that square.
That's how it works. Knight e6. Yeah, I mean, if you go back, then f5, I'm kind of happy, right? Bishop f6. Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, black has to go to g3, and then that position is an absolute mess. But white doesn't feel worse at all, right?
Again, this doesn't really work all that great for white, for black, because b7 is hanging. The queen b7.
I mean, even if it's not hanging, still knight e3. I don't think black is any better, and the king is just too.
Yeah, I mean, like a f5 played is
After
not
f5.
not something that you are happy with.
Yeah.
Right. So it's an interesting development, yeah. Gunina was playing very, very fast, and that's, you know, that's a bit of a surprise to me, to be honest, because it's clear her position is good, right, somewhere around this. But spend some time, figure out what to do.
No, but rook takes e3 is just so natural. You don't even need to think about it.
Yeah, we wanted rook e3, but she didn't play.
Yeah.
Shuvalov is Bodnar. Let's see how this develops. We thought Shuvalov was... Why is Black castled, is my question. How did he manage to castle?
Why is Black still not
G7,
still playing this game?
Bishop H3 castles, Bishop G4. Fair enough. So that Black has to take. Queen E8, Knight C1, and Knight E2, Queen E6.
I mean, it feels like White is still in control, but probably not the most principled plan in general was chosen by Shuvalov.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very reasonable idea that you want to bring the knight to G3, get rid of the knight on H5, and then push H5, right?
Was there something wrong with Knight A5?
B6?
B6?
No, B6 you just take.
I thought, yeah, I can take as well, but I thought Knight B7 kind of wins, because how do you protect this dude? Yeah?
Okay, yeah, maybe.
How do you protect this dude? Yes, so Knight A5. Yeah, it's kind of, she's bringing the knight from B3 to E2, spending 2 tempi. And I presume her idea was to go knight G3, to exchange the knight on H5, to go for an attack, which is understandable, but it's so time-consuming. And if you look at the position and you realize you can play it 2 ways, and one of the ways would actually try to highlight that these guys are not playing on the queen side and go knight A5, and it's not, you know, it's not such a big surprise. Sometimes White actually goes C4 himself, right, and opens the position.
Rook B8. Oh, just knight C4.
Rook B8, knight C4. Yeah, I'm getting the knight to bed.
No, but I think she just wasn't looking in that direction. She was like, yeah, we need to attack somehow.
But now, how do you attack? Because F5 might happen, right?
And will probably happen, but is it any good for Black? Queen G2, let's say.
Queen G2. Yeah, Black's problem is
but she's strategically in a really bad situation as well.
Yeah, you can never challenge the D5 square dominance. Yeah. I think that's the first and foremost problem.
Right. I mean, she's not getting mated, I guess, but the knight on D5 is great, and the bishop on G7 is terrible. So everything is still good for White, I think. As we said, probably not the most principled conversion, but good enough so far.
And Bodnar is down to half an hour.
I mean, that's standard. Actually, it's not really standard, because usually she would
be on a couple of minutes. Yeah, okay.
Left, not 33.
Yeah, fair enough. Hey, what happens in Gira's game against Galermo? Because that's, this game is kind of lagging behind. All the rest is developed much further. Knight D7, Queen E7 we've seen, Bishop F4, A5, the bishop was not taken. Exchange, and then White goes Queen C2, D takes, and E4.
I don't really like what Galermo did.
She has won a pawn, yeah?
I mean, she has, but
I don't know where the queen's going. Yeah, I'll say Queen E7.
Even move like A4. Oh, but A4 you have E5, right?
Yeah. I think she went... wait, she just played the move, but I don't see it. Queen E7 ending E5.
I think she went back to C7, actually.
Some reason... Yeah. Queen C7. there's always that. And then you attack c4, and after b5 you claim that you have a huge compensation, which not always the case.
Not always,
the case, because there is also knight going to b4 d3.
Yeah, but that's what Kira is doing.
So she does play e5.
Yeah, it's knight d5. She will play knight e4, I think.
Yeah, not that you can do much.
And then b5, right? And then we get this critical position. And yeah, I'm also not so sure if white is doing that greatly. Like in general, I think exchanging the dark squared bishop is a good thing for white.
But you have no piece to sacrifice on h6.
Yeah, but you have no piece to sacrifice, exactly. So that kind of slows down white's attack as well. While, if black plays bishop b7, c5, it's just a clear extra pawn, just a winning position.
Maybe ready to play c5 next move.
Maybe very next move, yeah. So, yeah, not that obvious that this is actually great for white. So that's why I thought that maybe she should start with something like a4 first instead of e5.
We'll see. And here as well, Galyamova down to half an hour, and it's only move 14. So can be problematic, no? Once again,
I mean, your next move is very natural, so very obvious, I should say.
Yeah. So this. Hang on a second. Is it ever this move? I know the g6. Come on. G6, knight e6, and all. Is it ever this move? Repeat my question.
So takes g6.
When you have a 5 knight e6, but then okay, at least I have something. Yeah. G6. I just thought I'd take.
And then you have something as well. So maybe f5 is actually a better defense.
Takes f5. Yeah. Takes, queen goes. Take f8. Take f8. Yeah. Yeah, the blockade is very nice.
No, feels fine for black.
It's fine for black. It's fine for black. Right, Galyamova leaves the board after 95, and Kira will have to work to prove she has the compensation.
I mean, she has some for sure, but...
yeah, perhaps have to mention that b3 sometimes is the move, yeah?
It is, but I have a feeling that here it's not that great, although maybe it's fine. C takes, A takes, right? And we're just playing for some positional compensation. So if we get to stop C5...
Yeah, that's what we want, basically.
Yeah.
Stop
C5. And other games.
Stop c5 and then maybe come up with the kingside attack, but much slower. Alright, so 3 more games to take a look at. Guseva with Void. Guseva actually just sacrificed the pawn. So she went b4 for whatever reason. Now she goes knight e4, cb4, knight e to g5, provokes g6, queen e4.
But if we go back to move 12, so she played b4, c5.
Can you do this?
Yeah, I guess in this position after knight e4, after c5, b4 isn't the strongest move.
You look at this position and you think, I want to attack the king, and that's why I urgently have to play b2, b4.
Exactly. Yeah.
So no, I think the explanation is different. So she was hoping to go for one of the other setups, like take on c5, go b5, whatever, and then change her mind.
Yeah, she's just mixing the plans. So this is, I mean, it's still kind of dangerous for black, but
it is. Queen e4, rook e8. I'm guessing if you continue taking, queen h4, h5, g4 is what both of them are. So that's why rook e8, a b4, bishop b4. And I don't know, I mean, H7, H7, I don't know. Sacrifice everything in some direction.
Yeah. Something like that.
I mean, you can
in the air,
imagine,
for
yeah?
sure, yeah.
You can imagine white having something. But if white fails with the attack, let's say queens are removed off the board, white is just lost.
Mm-hmm.
White is just lost. So there's never going to be a situation where you have a pressure against those pawns, something you've given away too many squares.
Yeah, I mean, white could have gotten the same position with the pawns on B2 and A3, right? I mean, black's pawn on C5, but still.
No.
So basically, she sacrificed the pawn to get this position, and she didn't even have to.
And at least immediately, I don't see how white gets there. Because queen h4 will be answered with knight f8.
Yeah, maybe just some slow stuff like queen h6, h4, knight e4, bishop
h6,
g5.
knight can go here.
G4.
Or yeah, on the other hand, I mean, it's a slow but steady. Yeah,
Right.
And it's like for black, racing it would mean promoting the a7 and b6 pawns, right? Which is even less likely than white succeeding with the kingside attack.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if you succeed, you get a new queen. If I succeed, you just
the game
checkmate.
ends.
Yeah, the game ends.
And yeah, like getting new queen means I'll have to pay a price of sacrificing a bishop for 2 or something. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, from practical standpoint, I
No, that's a
totally agree. It's still
Interesting.
it's still a game, and white still has chances for sure.
Maybe white isn't even worse.
It just So the main argument was that b4 wasn't needed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the plan itself is perfectly fine, but b4 was unnecessary.
Okay. So after this game, we check Kashlinskaya and Pogoni now, where they've considerably slowed down. Maybe they were never too fast. I mean, they've reached this position very fast, or this position. Yeah, they've considerably slowed down. Knight f8, h5, stopping the knight from coming to g6. And black is thinking
f8 does
again.
look much better than on g5.
On g5,
right?
yeah.
So we still think that h4 wasn't a good idea, but
And now you have to create a counterplay, so maybe just a to c8 with some bishop a6. Yep. Look, rook a to c8, knight is not yet going to b5 because a take can take, at least I thought so.
even then, it's unclear, but yeah, rook c8 makes a lot of sense, of course.
Yeah, so rook c8 with the idea to go to a6.
Because we need to stop this knight b5, knight d6. If the knight lands on d6, then also we have some rook d4, rook g4.
So we will
Maneuvers.
probably getting checkmated, if the knight ends up being on d6. We cannot really cover those squares with the knight from f8. The rook c8, yeah. c8. Can we actually try it? Knight b5, rook takes d1. Now queen d1, I don't really believe too much in. Just rook c4, yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe rook d1.
Rook d1, queen takes.
Queen takes,
Queen
queen
takes.
takes, rook takes, and here I wasn't sure because you have rook c8, which I've completely forgotten about.
No, but maybe I go knight d6 and then
Knight d6, rook c7,
and then I actually even take and play rook d8.
and you take and
What
go
is
rook
this?
d8. That's actually a tricky position.
Yeah,
right?
because f6 I always just take on f6, right?
Mm-hmm. Am I getting out of the corner at all? I'm not sure. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting. I cannot unpin myself comfortably, right?
Mm-hmm.
white might not be.
I just probably forced to play like rook c7, rook d7, rook b7, and the question is if you actually have a plan as white. I guess you can just
at
start
the
pushing
very
the
least,
pawns,
I'm just getting this to g5, play h6. Yeah. No, I'm guessing what you do, you push the f pawn at some point. So like this, rook c8, let's say, or 8 maybe, and then you play f5, I take, and I'm kind of losing the pawn this way, which is irritating. Maybe not, but that certainly is better for white, yeah? At g4, g4.
Probably just winning, to be honest.
Looks winning for white, yeah. It's a weird sequence of moves, yeah. Pogoni now. Rook c8, okay.
We may see this again because, after knight b5, what else can you do?
Yeah, it's not that black has an awful lot of options.
Maybe rook takes c4 instead of queen takes c4.
Takes rook c4. I thought I had an idea, but I'm no longer sure which. Knight d6, rook c7. Kind of same position with the queens.
So dangerous.
Here. But the other thing that you said, that maybe I don't care that much about this pawn. That's also a thing.
Yeah, but then I thought the queen b1 is a bit annoying. Maybe it's not.
And go to c2. And, yeah. I'm lacking one move. With queen on f2, I would go to g3 and rook to d4.
And knight to e8, yeah.
Knight e8 is actually nice addition. Yeah, it's not very often you enter the attack like that. Yeah, so I believe in white's chances here anyway. Believe in white's chances. And I'm checking the last game before the first prek of today. So rook f to d1, rook df8. Perhaps well calculated, so bishop c4 to be taken. Queen c1.
Well calculated. That there's only one check, yeah.
Queen e1. So finally, queen gets out, bishop will go to a3. I'm still surprised black did not force white to exchange. Maybe she doesn't.
But why would you?
Why would you? Oh, well, you're right. Why would you?
The bishop on b5 doesn't look like the piece we need to get rid of immediately, right?
You can go knight b8, dude, or d8, and then exchange the light square bishops.
No, I think f6 is principle. Like you've been playing for this stuff for the past 5 moves or so. So it's time.
Wait, but f6 I take. You do what? Take with the rook,
I guess. And then my next move is rook takes f3. If you don't do anything.
Yeah. f3, knight g6, and so on. Yeah. Or knight f5. Yeah, I actually agree. Black kind of wants to try to undermine the e5 square. What I could do is like takes, knight takes. I'm not on time, interestingly. Like bishop c1, you take here. Of course, you will take on f3 if I go bishop a3, right? So I need this, and then you take, and then you go rook f5 at the very end, yeah? Oh, wait, but maybe that's not how things work. Take rook f5 and bishop e3.
No, but even this is...
We kind of build mutual fortress.
Right, it depends. Like if you really want to win as black, that's probably not a great line, but if draw is fine, this a6, bishop c6, and nothing to be played for, I think.
Yep. Yeah, fair enough. So, in women's section, like everything looks potentially promising. I would say, like every single game, is interesting. In the Open, well, perhaps Vitigov and Yesipenko, but Yesipenko went for the principled line.
Yeah. So this is getting interesting
as well. And I'm not 100% sure, but quite possibly could be the first day where we will go for a break and there will be no results before that. We always had at least one draw happening in the first 2 hours. I think
we had
maybe one round. But anyway, the pattern seems to be that, yeah.
Yeah, players are getting in the fighting mood. 2 rounds to go. Finally.
Yeah, that's interesting how it changes on a distance of 11 rounds. At first, you start the tournament, warming up. Then you feel it's a long distance, and maybe that's when you get a bit calmer. Around 7,
it's
8.
A long distance, so we need to keep some
energy for the and then last 2 rounds, everyone understands. Oh, the tournament's about to finish, so let's play some chess.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we'll take some 10 minutes break, and we'll be back to round 10 of Russian semifinals. So stay with us. We will be back shortly.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Аверба. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. И надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Музей шахмат ведет свою историю с 1980 года, но его полноценная жизнь началась после переезда в новые отреставрированные залы в 2014 году. В основе экспозиции коллекция известного ленинградского собирателя Вячеслава Домбровского. Его портрет занимает в музее почетное место. Фонды пополнялись и пополняются благодаря подаркам любителей шахмат и именитых гостей, трофеям советских и российских чемпионов. В залах представлены редчайшие комплекты шахмат от Японии до Ирландии, в том числе художественные работы мирового уровня. Рядом с изящными шедеврами из фарфора, слоновой кости и эбенового дерева картонные шахматы блокадного Ленинграда и шахматы, первыми летавшие в космос. Самому старому экспонату, шахматной доске из Эфиопии, 400 лет. Есть среди экспонатов шахматы царских детей и подарки советским вождям. Впечатляет богатая экспозиция афиш, начиная с 1937 года. Всего в коллекции музея более 700 оригиналов афиш. Немало в экспозиции призов с соревнований мирового уровня. С шахматной олимпиады в Салониках, например, наши сборные победительницы привезли кубки в виде древнегреческих чернофигурных ваз. В залах выставлены картины, редкие книги, в том числе рукописные. В их числе первый русский шахматный учебник 1821 года, первый шахматный журнал «Паламет» и первый в мире турнирный сборник 1851 года. Есть в коллекции музея личные вещи великих шахматистов: Михаила Чигорина, Александра Алехина, Михаила Ботвинника, Василия Смыслова, Тиграна Петросяна. На почетном месте, всегда привлекающий посетителей, столик легендарного шахматного матча Карпов-Каспаров 1984 года и фоторепортаж об этом событии известного шахматного фотографа Бориса Долматовского.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией, Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии, территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
Welcome back, everyone. We continue with 10th penultimate round of Russian Superfinals. All games are still in progress, which is kind of new to us. And some of them, though, are shaping up, and it's really interesting to see how it develops. And, well, that's a men's pairing. I'm particularly curious for the women's pairing for Ovod against Gunina game. But yeah, let's check that tournament first. Matlakov with Goryachkina. I don't quite remember what was that. The E5, the Berlin.
The Italian Berlin.
Yeah. An interesting pawn sacrifice by Matlakov, which developed as well during the break, during the time we didn't look at. And as I said, in the women's tournament, Ovod against Gunina, two leaders playing each other. And that's the position. Look, after knight d3, the pawn was taken, and Gunina played bishop b6. Decided not to take on b2.
I mean, as we discussed, the bishop on d4 is really powerful, so it makes sense
she's
to
try
to get rid of this.
h5. White captures on e8, goes queen e2, and bishop d4 is played. So does it mean that if I take on d3, I'm
just a draw, I guess.
Like
rook takes
e3, queen takes d4, and then you exchange and you go whatever, this or this.
Yes.
Yeah. And even Gunina will hopefully not play it.
She will.
For long.
I mean, she will.
She will.
Against Van Rook, it was very, very similar, right?
Yeah, okay. So the other option for white is to take the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought queen d4, rook d1, and rook d8. And it's a very strange position, because this looks very dangerous, but knight c2, I thought runs into knight f4, if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of a little bit weird tactic, because it seems that you take with the knight, but then the knight is pinned, yeah? So an immediate knight c2 doesn't work. The question, if you can prepare...
The funny thing is that I have queen e8 in that line. I mean, at least I'm on the pawn down, right?
That's beautiful, yeah, actually. Queen e8, rook e8, and then knight d4.
Yeah. But knight h3, and then
knight
go to
h3,
g5.
go here, go to g5, still pawn up for black, yeah. No, but funny. Right, the question if you can prepare knight c2, because this pin is not going away too fast, right?
But she's just taken on d3.
She's taken on
So we expect this game to be a draw after that, right? I mean, that's
so the bishop
is a dead draw. Right?
Yeah, you know, the bishop is hanging. Nah. Thought any chance I can take the rook? No, queen g3, you're not considering it.
Not really, no.
Any chance? No, you don't play bishop c5. Yeah, queen d3, rook e3, queen d4. No way to change something. Yeah.
I mean, I guess Gunina could try taking playing rook e2. How exactly do we I mean, I guess there are 10 different ways, but... And rook d2.
D2.
This king f1, right? The king f5, king f8, right?
I mean, if you ask me to make a draw, I will make a draw. I mean,
Take on a2.
Take on a2, b5.
d5.
b6.
And then something.
I mean, king f8, you want to
Rook
try.
a4.
a4, rook b5.
But this is...
you mean you win
a
a pawn. It's not a draw, yeah. I mean, it is, but not
the
for
b
them.
pawn,
Yeah.
I'm not so sure.
Yeah, okay. So I've lost it. Rook e3 played, yeah. Rook e3 played, queen d4. No, really, yeah, rook e2. I get your argument, yeah.
Oh, maybe just rook c1, rook c...
Rook c1,
but
you
then
take rook c7.
b5, right?
Let's see. First, let's get to this position.
Rook e2 will be played, I think, because... Yeah.
Yeah, rook e2. Okay, fair enough. And once again, what was it when I did this?
I played the rook d2.
And if I go king f1? Come on, I mean, why are we worse at all?
King f8.
King e1?
Rook c2.
c2. You mean you're trying to cut the king, yeah. I mean, I guess a4, b4, b5, being a pawn up, I shouldn't be too much worse, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
But a4, king e7, b4, king d6. I mean, this may get dangerous for white, I think. a5, king c6.
King d5, king c6 as well, yeah. If that, you take, right?
Mm-hmm.
And rook c7,
b5.
b5. And then I have to play a4, I guess. Yeah.
Takes.
Rook c4. This is a draw. And this. And this.
Just in time, right? Something tells me that Owen will try to play it differently. To defend it differently.
And we'll see. Yeah, but we are lucky that this rook endgame happened a bit earlier, on move 29.
Yeah.
So I expect this game to be not longer than 80 moves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, since we started with women's tournament, let's do a quick overview. Shuvalova with Bodnar-Rook. It actually kind of gets better and better for black. I mean, not that black's position is better, but the dynamics, that the knight was, that's how the position looked on move 16.
Mm-hmm.
Then that was the last time we've seen it. Queen g2, black played f5, took with this knight. Exchanged, went a3 for whatever reason. Knight c3, queen d2, rook h2, queen c4. So you can't even play knight d5.
Why not?
e4, I
f6 is here, right?
So I take, you take with the queen, right?
No, but this is
This is like
very little, I think, for white.
yeah, actually can play this. Is it anything for white at all? I mean, after rook f1, I mean, it's seems to be like one of those positions. Then you play natural moves, and all of a sudden, it's black will be closer to important squares. So Shuvalova, in my opinion, like almost entirely let it slip. Now if some h5, throwing in some h5 helps. But even like h5, knight h5, you don't have that many pieces to fight for light squares.
Just play b3.
b3. Okay.
That looks a bit
Go
risky.
back or go to c6, c6, yeah. So it's no longer, comfortable advantage for white where you can do whatever you like.
Mm-hmm.
It's maybe still better, but, it's a Sicilian. Starting from that point on, it's a Sicilian where anything can happen. And Bodnar-Rook is down to 14 minutes, but it's already moved 29. Gira Galyamova, finally something changes. Yeah, you know. So what happened was, Gira has played a4. That's interesting. Look, a4, b6, knight e4 then, bishop a6 by Galyamova, knight e to g5, g6 and knight takes e6. What kind of position is that? You don't take this one, right? Because
why not?
Maybe you can. Check this. Then I don't know. I mean, I do have the perpetual that we both can agree on.
Yeah.
Bishop e4 doesn't really work. Bishop h3. Ah, no, wait. I need the check for that. But then some rook f7, knight f8. No. No. It's a perpetual then, yeah? So it's now it's Galyamova who is to decide, yeah? Because you can take and accept the perpetual, or you move, and you probably have better chances, honestly. But it's still the game.
Yeah, but
I
mean,
would
this
think-
does
I would
look good for black, right?
Yeah, I would think it's better for black.
Knight d8, knight e6, knight b4, knight d3.
Yeah, you probably just don't need to push anything. You'll attack the d4 pawn. That's your kind of plan. Yeah, I think she absolutely has to go for it. Queen b7, yeah. Maybe queen c8. Who knows? 7. Any chance white has something else? It's almost sad to take this rook on f8. And the knight's not hanging, by the way. Like after queen b7, I'm really tempted to do something like this, just to go knight g5 and maybe... Oops, no, that's not how the queen works. Queen e4, queen h4.
At least practically speaking, this looks like a better try for white.
Yeah, then taking the rook.
e6 is also an option, right?
Yeah, after knight g5 you have an a6 idea, you have queen e4, queen h4 idea, or maybe just move the h-pawn, you know. Yes, black is up a piece, it's a bishop on a6. So it's not, not something that I'm afraid of in like next five moves. At least I'll get my chance. So yeah, something to decide for Alyssa Galyamova. And maybe once again, I mean, we don't know her mood. Let's say it's not clear if she will not fear, if she will not take on e6.
I think she won't, because I mean it's clear that White at least has a draw in this line, and after queen move, it's clear that it's unclear, right?
It is clear, then it is unclear. Yeah. No, but it could be the explanation why, for instance, you would prefer queen c8 over queen b7, so that after knight g5, maybe this, and at least you disturb the knight for now.
Right.
Because queen b7 kind of it's a safe square, but feels like too far away.
I agree.
All right, so she will think, and still no big time trouble, but potentially there is, in fact, because both down to the last half an hour, and it's only move 19, and the position is ridiculously complex, I believe. Guseva with Voigt. Kind of the same, or more or less the same pattern. That's what we discussed, right? Queen
I think
h6.
that's exactly our line, yeah.
And interestingly, Black says, I don't really care.
We'll see if that's the right approach.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I think some measures should have been taken already, because, knight e4 gets bishop g5. Or actually, other knight to g5 is also an idea, and then speculate on knight f6 checks. We'll see. Ideally, I want to play bishop g5. If you go to e7, I just take, go knight g5, knight d6.
It does look scary.
Yeah. We'll see. And here as well, it's moved 20, white down to 21 minutes, black a bit over half an hour, but I think she's thinking for quite some time. So there's a chance, like, she makes a move and our applet will show the 15 minutes left.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see what's going on in reality, so what we know is...
It's a big surprise. It's a big surprise. Let's see how good players make draw in such positions.
Yeah.
B3, you do, and then you just play your king actively. Absolutely, clear-cut, brilliant way of not giving a single chance.
Yeah. And I like the next move. So king e3, rook d6, and h4.
H4, yeah. Let's keep the structure symmetrical, and then rook e6, rook d6. It's a draw for Ovod and Gunina, which leaves Gunina with half a point lead over Ovod.
But Ovod is playing Beagle tomorrow, and Valentina is playing
with Shuvalova.
So I think this is a good result for both players.
Kind of, yeah. Okay. Ovod would prefer to win, but
but she's definitely okay with a draw. She still has
same
chances.
For Gunina, same for Gunina.
I mean, Gunina is obviously still in the lead, so it's all good.
Right, but that's surprise, because when we recall who tends to finish last, it's either Ovod or Gunina, and imagine on the day they are playing each other, their game is actually first to finish in a draw.
That's what usually happens.
Yeah, something unexpected but logical if you think of it. Right, so that makes it the first result, which keeps the kind of the parity, the status quo before the round. So half a point lead for Gunina.
Yeah, and if Shuvalova wins, it makes it even more interesting because if she wins the last game,
so Shuvalova wins now, for instance. She's tied for second with Ovod, and then she plays with Gunina. So in the case that she wins today and tomorrow, she pushes Gunina back to second, maybe third place.
She can be a solid winner.
Yeah,
but we're not that sure anymore at all that if she's winning this game.
The way it's going, once again, we keep saying that probably it's still better for white and so on and so on.
I'm not that sure anymore.
Probably knight d5. Maybe you have to change the approach entirely. Maybe you just go knight d5, take with the pawn, and just play this position, and h5 and so on. Is it better, though? Is it better for
who's attacking?
Who's better? Who's attacking? Yeah. I agree.
I think after you play b3, king b2, you really don't want to open up the diagonal,
this
right?
b3, king b2 is a little bit surprising. Yeah.
No, I guess it's like the idea itself is more or less fine, but knight d5 is not that.
But how do you take the control over d5 square? Because there were two possible options. One is knight d5, and the other one is bishop f4, right? And both seem to be opening maybe you do this and take with the queen, So
but then I think the endgame is just fine for black. Takes even bishop f8. Like, why is it even worse?
Yeah, that's actually very common, right? So at first it's a terrible bishop, but if you don't have the knight on d5 and you have the same bishop of same ducks for a bishop, you very quickly will figure out that e4 is just as weak as d6 and even weaker in some cases.
No, this is looking fine.
So she played a4. Beg your pardon. And what happens if I take knight takes? I reckon, and this is what I want to play. And I want to say I'm playing for a win. And just anything. Just anything. Queen f5. It was important to make sure that diagonal is.
But
I think white is winning objectively. But it's such a relief compared to what we had.
On the other hand, it's kind of an all-in, right?
Yeah, maybe you don't need to. But now what happens, we more or less know, right? Bodnaruk was spent all the time. Like, all the time.
But I must say a4 is, I mean, the general idea of playing b3, king b2, a4 is not something standard, right? Yeah, maybe it's still good, but somehow doesn't feel right.
Doesn't feel right, indeed. Yeah, it's why we don't like those moves. I think it has something to do with the fact that we know the previous position, and we know that the moment White played knight d5 for the first time, it was supposed to be winning position with either direct attack but it shouldn't happen. I mean, if White played everything right, you don't need b3, king b2, a4.
Exactly.
Moving on, Galyamova, played queen c8 and captured with the knight. Okay.
And we like her chances here, right? I mean, it's definitely easier for Black to play, and even though maybe White is still fine objectively, we just bring the pieces.
I won't be sure if White is fine objectively, because the actual attack on d4 happens very fast, I think. What's the material, by the way? A pawn, one pawn.
So, like, technically it's equal, I guess?
Technically equal, yeah, but it really depends. Like, no open files for the rooks for now.
Yeah.
And, okay, maybe you find some... Maybe actually play b3 now that I'm thinking. Maybe that's... that changes things. Kind of play b3... Open some files for the rooks. I said, like, no open files for the rooks. Yeah, maybe we should open them. Yeah, b3, maybe not that bad. Because for some reason in my head I was continuing the attack, quote unquote, like h4, and it doesn't go anywhere. You don't have the kind of the right pieces. You don't have the tools.
Black has more pieces. That's the problem. Sure, right?
You don't have the tools. So maybe really like you play b3. And I mean, this is what you are happy with, perhaps, because rook c1, and you are getting some weaknesses, you're getting some targets.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Rook a3. Okay, so she does what I did, continues the attack, I guess.
Where's the rook going?
It's a good question. It is a good question. Not sure at all.
Me neither. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it's a fancy move to play rook a3 to switch it to g4, queen g4, rook g3. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Do it. I'd be happy to see it as Black.
Right. Okay. Rook a3. Black finally made a move here. Gusiev's game against Wood. It's a 5. Okay. So now everything opens up, and I don't know what to say next. Kashlinskaya, Pogonina. Actually, our line has happened. Rook c4, knight d6, rook d4, check.
We predicted this an hour ago, yeah.
If not more than that, yeah. That's interesting. But maybe, our prediction was that, probably Black somehow is okay. Maybe you needed this time to be spent in order to find out how to continue with White. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the way to attack for White that you've mentioned with rook g4 and knight e8 in some lines, it actually looks very strong.
Yeah, rook c2 is critical, I guess.
c2 is critical, and then I'm asking myself what happens
Bishop
after queen d3. Bishop f3 is a bit of a problem. I don't want to play rook d2, yeah? Bishop d2.
I mean, maybe you don't mind playing rook d2?
Rook d2, so that if we exchange... Yeah. You're saying we are still better, or what?
I mean, I was thinking maybe we have some bishop h6 ideas, but the problem is the Black's queen come back on h7, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but then what is Pogonina thinking about? I mean, rook c2 seems like the only reasonable options.
Yeah, because rook g4 and it will be too late, right?
And as you said, queen f2, queen g3 is also.
Yeah, queen
pretty
f2
dangerous.
is like, you play queen f2, allow white to play queen f2, it's too late. Yeah, so I think really rook to c2 is the
only move. Yeah.
only viable try. White can't do much as well.
But maybe
No,
just bishop
maybe
d2.
really bishop d2 because this guy is hanging, yeah? And you put it on
And then rook
d5, rook g4, and I'm threatening bishop h6. I mean, I'll just show it. Bishop h6, this, rook g7, knight f7.
Yeah, that's really nice.
But still, yeah, we found the way for white, but does it give black other options? That's rook c2. No, not really.
Not really, yeah.
Not really. Yeah, quickly check the last game. Garifulina with b-wall. Some things happen here as well. After queen e1, a6 was played, so she forced white to swap on c6. It's really hard to evaluate such things. I mean, I'm always scared that the fact that I'm pushing the pawns like g pawn, h pawn, it will backfire at some point. Yeah.
But if it, I mean, if
And
knight
knight-
f1,
Nightmare of seeing this knight on f6, you know.
right?
And somehow it's always scrolling. So like now, knight g3, h4, knight h5, right?
If you knight f5, I think is
Yeah, knight f5 is
the move, or knight g6.
knight g6?
Knight
Question
g3.
mark. Knight g3, yeah.
Maybe it's time to open it up. G4.
G4. If it works, it works, yeah.
Well,
Takes. I can't take that guy.
otherwise queen h4
I mean,
looks
it's still
pretty
a-
dangerous.
Still a tricky. Maybe that's nothing tricky. I thought, like, if I'm on time to run with the king to e2, but I'm not. Yeah. That you go queen h4, and when I go, queen h4. When I go here, you go queen h2, and you're actually threatening knight h4.
Rook king e2.
King e2 is still possible. Yeah. Takes on rook g1. Might be a draw still.
Yeah, but black isn't risking anything, right?
Yeah. Okay, let's go to men's section. That's a lot. There's a lot happening there. There's a lot happening there, and I think I'm kind of not paying enough attention. Yeah.
All games are still in progress.
Matlakov with Gavyachkina, the game we left quite some time ago, and not that too many moves were played. Look, after a4, Gavyachkina played a5, b5, knight d8. White goes f4 now, and f5. So this knight is kind of not. Maybe it's actually fine. b6. Won't it be some draw? Like knight going there, you take it with your knight, you put the bishop on d5, with your bishop, put the bishop on d5, double on the g file, black pawn up but can't move.
Well, I don't think it will be that simple for Miroshnichenko.
Really?
Yeah.
But how do you stop knight b7, knight d6, or knight c5?
Well, maybe just rook g1, let's say.
Rook g1, king f8, yeah?
King f8. Let's say rook g4.
Yes.
Check now on a3. And rook g1 has been played.
Yeah, I think check bishop b7 and it's not clear.
f6 a move.
f6. Beautiful. So if I take bishop c1, I dig it. It's. I mean, at least it's some.
I mean, even then, bishop d6 maybe still.
Yeah, and if I take that guy,
I was going to take with the
rook. Yeah, rook takes. And you know what the move is after rook takes? Bishop e7.
And I even
And I take
saw
on
that
F-
move, but
take on f6 next move.
okay, maybe it's actually good for black. Yeah.
That's strange. No, I thought something to... Yeah, rook g1 doesn't hurt, really. King here, maybe put the bishop on d5 so that knight b7 doesn't happen that quickly.
Yeah.
Rook b8.
Yeah.
And, you know what? Maybe you take on b7, in fact.
Right,
Maybe you
just play
take
that
on
position.
b7, play some move. Rook b7. You take it, go rook d1 this moment, for instance. So use the fact that the rook is on b7.
Rook d8.
Yeah, like this. Takes, rook d1, rook d8, yeah?
But this endgame itself may be just bad for black. No, king takes...
There's also this.
Yeah.
Because you probably will have to take, and then I get the king to e4. And do I care?
No, but I want to get my king to c6, so if I take and play
but
king b3...
I think this will be just... takes and go with the king, yeah, that's the other option.
King d3...
No, just take and go with the king. Yeah, let's say b3. This is still hanging. Bishop f6, you go here. Actually,
Even then, I think c4, c5
yes,
is
4 c5.
extremely dangerous for
c4,
black.
c5 is extremely dangerous. So Miroshnichenko, it looks like she's in trouble. From the looks of it, I mean, for one pawn, and this pawn is not, not a passed pawn. It's a pawn on g7, the backward pawn. White has a powerful bishop and a lot of other stuff. Switching to Andreikin and Fedoseev, and as we talked on a break, it looks like Andreikin might be getting outplayed by Fedoseev. Not so much time left, and the position as well is no longer that comfortable. E6, A4 and A6 is what Fedoseev did. Rook c8, knight a5, king f1, by the way.
King f1 is a bad sign, right? If you have to play this move, this clearly shows that you
king f1
don't see
just to protect the g2 pawn.
Yeah, but it's just really slow, so...
Yeah, I have to say, black improved the position a lot. Interestingly, no one's interested in g2 pawn for some reason. d5 at the end, yeah? This, and d5. I mean, if we are talking about fancy lines, that's a fancy line for you, e8 queen. So he just went rook a2, preparing to double on the second rank. Bishop f3. You can do rook c4, which probably wins the pawn, yeah? I don't know if you take first or you don't, but rook c4 seemingly just wins a pawn.
I think you don't even have to take, right? Because, white is not really trying to take on c5, I think.
So if takes...
even
in the knight takes e4, that's what
bishop takes
somewhat bothers me. Check here. Take on a4. Then the pawn's running. Yeah.
e4 maybe. And then...
Yeah, it's not like white will be completely without a chance, right? With e4 perhaps loses to bishop loses the second pawn or not. Rook c1.
And then c6, still...
It's a lot of tactics. That's the trick.
No, but this won't be easy for Andreikin for sure.
And that's, there's weird, short tactical shots. It's exactly what Fedoseev likes, and excels at.
And I think, this round is getting more and more critical because Fedoseev, I think he has a very good chance of winning this game, while Vitugov,
what about
I don't think he's doing great at all.
Okay, so we were criticizing Yusupenko for this decision, but let's see how this played out. So a capture, bishop c5. And, okay, it's not easy to say was it good or bad. He played rook e1, and after that, somehow, black managed to organize his pieces, like. And if you have to play h3 after queen b6, that means black is doing fine. That, knight b3.
I don't even know what went wrong for Nikita, because, I mean, we both agreed that it looked great for him, and then suddenly 3-4 moves, it looks...
He's a pawn down.
He's a pawn down, yeah, at least.
He's a pawn down, and also now black doesn't have any silly pieces like knight e5 and everything. Okay, there is a pin on the c file, so you can try to claim that knight b6 if anything, yeah. Knight b6.
I think one thing we need to discuss is that Nikita has been playing this Superfinals for the past 15 years or so, and this is, I mean, I'm not sure, but I think this is the closest he
gets to the title, kind of, leading with 2 rounds to
and
go.
I think the nerves isn't his, best quality. So remember that crazy, heartbreaking Armageddon game against Evgenij from the World Cup?
everyone remembers, of course.
Yeah. So I think he's just
might have gotten nervous.
he's
right?
very shaky right now. Yeah.
And Yasipenko, okay, he's young. His tournament situation is okay. 9 draws.
Technically, he has some chances, right? If he wins this game, say if he doesn't win, he wins half a point behind.
That's a weird situation.
Amazing, yeah.
Somewhat reminds me of when it was 2007 or something, when Andreikin won the tie break for like 6-way tie, something.
Not 7, I think.
Later,
later, like 12 maybe or something like that.
But there was
plus 1 tie for like 4 or 5 people. Yeah. I'm curious, what's the regulation in this tournament? If
it's like
there's
more
like
than
a 4-way tie, for instance, yeah. I mean, not happening, I guess, but
not happening. Hopefully.
Although I would be curious to see a rapid tournament.
Yeah. But what do you do then? Like, imagine not only it's a 4-5-way tie, but also the game's finishing like 10 p.m. because someone was grinding some.
There is no extra day for the tiebreaks.
There is no extra day for the tiebreak, so it's a nightmare scenario, which we might experience, by the way. Okay, let's see. So far no move from Vidigo, and not that it's easy to suggest a move for him.
Yeah, I don't really see serious compensation. I mean, not even any compensation, to be honest. I mean, we can say a bishop pair.
Queen c2.
He's just played queen b4, by the way.
Queen b4, which is, probably the better version of the same. So you need to take the knight, I'm guessing, after queen b4. Well, technically, knight b6 is a possibility, yeah. But in principle, I'm curious how good your chances are.
Here, I think my chances are really good.
For a draw, yeah?
For a draw.
Rook takes,
queen takes,
queen takes, yeah. Queen takes, rook takes.
I don't think this is even worse for
Yeah,
me, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. Two bishops, this target, everything's active. 2 knights do not deliver checkmate. Yeah, so knight b6, okay. And then what do you do? Knight c2 to e3. Queen, I don't know, queen d6, it will be 2 pawns down, right? I'll just take e2.
At the very least, yeah. I mean, also, now if I move the queen, then knight d5 is a big threat, right?
Yeah. If black is allowed to play some queen move, then both knights are heading towards d5. Preferably queen takes d4 is the next move. Is the next move I'm playing.
Queen takes d4, introducing the threat of knight d5.
The powerful threat of knight d5. I just realized that the knight is actually hanging.
Yeah, sure. But knight c2 is probably the move you want to play.
Yeah, knight c2 heading there, and then wait. But then queen d2, not attacking anything,
Knight d3.
but threatening knight d5, yeah? Knight d3, knight d5. I don't see it. Knight takes, rook c4, knight b4, rook c8. Is it a thing?
I think it is.
So rook takes, I take the queen, you take on c8.
Yeah.
And
I mean, maybe rook b8 is a move, or so rook f8, but looks really sketchy.
f8.
Yeah, then I have a5.
I mean, I have a check, this,
What
a5.
is I don't think white
Yeah, I
is
don't
losing
think
this, right?
white loses this, yeah. I mean, even like taking e4, taking b4, and just like making a draw this way, maybe. All right, so still very tense.
Very tense. I mean, especially considering the tournament situation.
Yeah. This one's very tense. Matlakov, Goryachkin. We think Matlakov has a better chance. Andreikin with Fedoseev. Something is brewing. Rook a2, bishop f3, bishop b3, and bishop takes b7. Did Fedoseev blunder? He never does. Rook c4. So now you take, and I take with the bishop with a check. Did Andreikin blunder? Because I don't see a move.
I mean, rook b3, I guess, is his move.
Rook b3 is what you have to do, yeah. Maybe you're kind of fine with that, strangely. Rook b3, yeah, absolutely has to be played. Knight b3 and bishop a6. So at least you've eliminated that.
Right.
You'll protect, you will not protect, you'll resign, I guess. This,
Bishop g3?
and check on d2 and knight e4. And I think we are...
Rook f1?
Maybe no, maybe you do this, that, or even rook f1. Even rook f1, yeah.
I mean, this is not going to be fun to defend, but maybe
you're just not touching it and then moving the bishop, putting the bishop on f3.
Yeah,
so
but is it holdable still? I mean, maybe it is, yeah.
Yeah? Okay, so Fedoseev will try for sure. Rook b3, knight b3 is already played.
Looks like, Draken is shaking his head. Maybe he just blundered rook c4.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He has already come.
He survived
yesterday. Yeah, he
yesterday's
survived
game.
the absolutely crazy game.
Yeah.
That. Okay, the question: is there a chance that I keep the knight versus a pair of bishops? Like I go check, for instance, king g1, and I'm taking this guy. Not really, right? Bishop d3.
But maybe it makes more sense to keep the knight as for now. It's just because it's a tricky piece.
Look. It could be
or h4
that I swap the rooks, right?
And then
h4, this. h2. But this is like a draw, right? I mean, knight f1, you just take.
Yeah, that's...
I mean...
but it's interesting that I had exactly the same game, I think it was 12 years ago, against Vladimir Potkin. Exactly the same game. I mean, colors reversed, but I lost that one. But I think this must be a draw, of course.
Okay, so we'll see. I think this goes past the time control, and this will be an interesting endgame to watch.
Absolutely, yeah. Because, I mean, it's also interesting what Vladimir will choose, because, I mean, he can exchange the rooks, he can keep the rooks, he can exchange the knight for the bishop, he can keep the knight. So, all these options look unclear, right?
Yeah. So, it's clear that Black has some chances to win in different cases, right? But which is better and what he will choose, that remains to be seen. let me check the other games. Pankratov with Spratke. We've kind of missed the entire fight. I don't know what current position is. White to move. And I think it's quite often is a question if d5 is a target or just everything's okay and black will enjoy his extra pawn on the queen side.
Black is just better here.
Black is just better. Yeah.
I mean, d5 is...
Yeah, you'll defend it, right? You'll play
you need
d5.
to bring the knight to c3, then the bishop to f3. It takes forever, right?
Yeah, it could be that black's better, white's not losing it, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not saying white is losing, but if I had to choose, I would definitely choose black in this position.
Yeah. Motilev, Chigayev. Yeah, I'm kind of tend to forget the games that we were not, let's say, not interested too much.
But this was a very interesting one, right?
There was, exactly. A4, Queen D1, B5, Rook B1. That's deep stuff.
That's
Knight
really
B7, perhaps B4, and then take with the queen, and B5 is hanging something. Knight A5, finally sacrifice. Knight B4, exchange here, F5. That's
typical Mangrove, I think.
Yeah.
He has a chance
I like
to
it, yeah.
seize the initiative.
F5, exactly the moment when black's pieces are awkward.
Right.
E5, E6. Beautiful.
Yeah, let's go.
Bishop E1.
Wait, what was happening after knight takes?
Knight takes, you just take with the knight, I guess, and go some bishop C5 or something.
Makes sense.
Or, you know what? Queen D2? No. Takes. Takes.
Oh, Queen D2, knight C6.
Knight C6. Yeah, never mind. I can still go bishop C5 though.
Bishop E1 is a move too, right?
Bishop E1 is a move here. Yeah. Anyway, so that happened. Bishop E1, knight D4, Queen D4, knight A C6. Captured there, and Queen to E4. So if white just protects everything, he's winning. Right.
Must be. Looks like
how do you protect everything? You play Queen D1, I guess.
Queen D1.
Rook A1, by the way.
Okay.
Rook A1 is an option.
And there are some tricks. I mean, the king is a bit exposed. The queen and two knights, and F pawn is running towards the king. But we don't have any doubts that this should be winning, right?
Yeah, there are options. There is also that strange-looking move. Bishop B4. I mean, using the fact that I always have a check, it's kind of self-pinning, but not really. No. That's nonsense, because knight E2 is there. Wait a second. Does it mean that knight E2 is the idea everywhere? So you go knight E2. Here's the square. The square is protected, yeah? H1, knight E6 now. Knight F4.
I mean, but it's clear that white needs to be a bit
some jumps,
precise,
yeah. Some jumps.
Should be winning, of course.
Some jumps for Chigayev.
And if he loses, that sends him on -3 with no wins.
Probably last place, yeah?
I mean, unless Rakhmanov.
Unless Rakhmanov
loses his game as
loses to Aleksandr, which we thought was impossible. Queen C8, I think, was the last moment we've seen. Bishop F1, so that he can play C4 and knight B4 doesn't force White to exchange the bishops. Queen A6, a bit of a surprise. C5. A1, Queen B6, D5.
No, but at least Aleksandr managed to keep some tension in the position.
Yeah.
Right?
3, that, Queen E8.
Although it looks like black managed to activate his rook and.
Yeah, I mean, this pawn was available, but then knight A6, knight C5.
Yeah.
Not interested in this one.
And only 4 minutes for Rakhmanov, but he's used to it, right?
No, it's not even clear what you do.
Maybe just bishop F1. Bishop D1.
So if I take, it's bishop E1. And C4, I thought was not possible to take.
Why not?
Bishop B3. There is a square.
I mean, there is one square. But
Exactly
I mean,
one
it feels
square,
like
but it's enough.
there are too many squares available in general for Black's rook to get trapped.
Yeah. Yeah, Rachmanov is down to just a few minutes. Move 32. They will have a lot of games passing the time control. That there are
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah. Because look, start of fourth hour of play and everything's in progress. It's an incredibly tense round today. Was not expected.
And it's not even easy to predict any of the results, right? Except Madlev is probably winning, but everything else is still very tense.
So bishop d1 would not work. Bishop f1, yeah, I agree, you can play. Somehow it feels that like you can't really keep the queens. Is knight d4 a move for some reason? I mean, I don't know why I want to play it.
We take
on
d4.
I take on b4 and that's
a6.
what I thought. Still knight a6. You don't need to sacrifice a pawn to do that.
I mean, if you want to play this position with the pawn on d4, I don't think I'm. I'm against
that's
it,
right. That's right. Yeah, so maybe, I mean, at some point it kind of optically looked nice for Aleksandr because, in comparison with the previous position, he's got some space and so on, but yeah, maybe Rachmanov just has enough contemplate.
His rook looks active, but, well, I mean, Black doesn't really have any threats, right? So
yeah, it's not in terms of threats. I think Rachmanov only kind of wants to be solid. If you play bishop f1 and swap the queens, then Black can maybe think of g6, bishop g7. Yeah.
But if we go for the endgame and then try to grab the pawn on b4, is that anything? Maybe not immediately, but that's an
maybe
idea.
not e4 is the other thing you want. The endgame might not be as simple. That makes me wonder if after bishop e1, after bishop f1, I actually do something else. Like an immediate knight a6 might be the thing. And what I want something along the lines of knight a2 and the other knight to b4.
Yeah, what does white want at all in this position? After we play knight a6, b file is blocked, a file is blocked. We can't really get rid of the rook on c2, I think.
Yeah, and those guys, they are supposed to be attacking the king side, right?
Exactly.
But the other pieces are not joining. Yeah, so maybe that's just fine for Rachmanov. And Vityugov with Yesipenko, few more moves played. Let's switch here. Queen b4, knight b6, knight b3 instead of knight c2. Black plays h5. I'm surprised that, h5 maybe not to get checkmated on the last round.
Yeah, that's the idea.
It felt like such a relaxed move, right? Okay, knight a5. So what do you do now? Unpin, perhaps? Yeah, just this.
Maybe the d3?
Or maybe d3. I thought I wanted to take with the bishop, but maybe knight takes is fine, yeah? Don't want to take with the rook, yeah, because trade and check on f8. But knight takes might be fine.
Knight c6.
Knight c6.
This is still a 3-result
some
game.
Jumping starts. You take yet another pawn. Playing with the knight on c8 like nothing happened.
No, but this feels like...
Yeah, why not? I mean, take it. Take it.
Maybe.
Interesting.
Like you actually don't really have any threats, right? Everything's really solid.
Who knows? And those guys, they're both very low on time.
Yeah, so this feels like the most interesting time scramble we can
Absolutely.
witness in this round.
I think we should definitely
focus on
watch
this
this
game.
one and see. I mean, if something happens in the other games, it's okay. But here, that's the most important game, which is still in progress, right? Over Gunina was very high stake game, but it's already finished in a draw.
Yeah, and there are still 12 moves to play, and another very important game is Fida Saves game, obviously, but that game will last. They will pass the time control, and
Actually, something different happened.
not really, more or less the same, right? I think.
So he thinks that's a draw, if I get him correctly.
Who?
Andreikin.
Or does he have a choice?
He didn't, yeah?
Yeah, I don't think he had anything.
Gets the
This
king
actually looks very
here.
drawish, to be honest. Very drawish.
H5, you always gonna have H4.
I mean, he already played H4, yeah.
Rook A2, H4. Yeah. I mean, the feeling is sooner or later you'll take the bishop, right?
I'm not so sure. Sure. On the other hand,
What else do you
So
do,
say I
yeah?
play H5 now. Actually, not sure if I want to play this move at all in general, but as an idea.
D5. Plain and simple.
E5.
Or you may say I'm losing this one, yeah? Check.
Yeah, with the pawn on H4 now it's okay. I'm actually not sure if H4 was a good move.
And then you go G5. Then you give a check, go Rook H1. Who knows? I mean, might be a draw
He's
still.
moving the F pawn, F5.
The F.
So he wants to win by force somehow. He doesn't want to play that.
F5, but how do you win?
He wants to play F4, I think.
You do this.
No, he wants to play F4 in the next move.
F4 at once, and then if E takes,
It just takes on F3 and triple pawns.
say the triple pawns, but you know, I mean, first of all, I'm not sure what I'm doing. Okay, I'm doing this same. This. Let's say F4. Let's agree F4 works, yeah. So that I have to take. Then you take that one. Check Rook D1. Exchange. Is this winning?
This is.
I mean, that's
the
one of the
funniest
most
game.
ridiculous
Right.
things I've ever seen.
I agree.
It might be winning some Zugzwang might happen. Because, I mean, I go with the king. This guy, I don't know, just to make it easier. Let's say the king gets to G2, right? I play Rook A3, and now the king is kind of tied down to the defense of F3.
Yeah, but I have Bishop H2 always. Right?
Yeah, but if I put the king on H5, I think it's a Zugzwang in the sense that you will have to play F5. Do I win then? I don't know. Might as well be that you play.
That's a cool endgame.
It might as well be that you play H5, GH5, and then just stand, and it could be in draw. That will be a very entertaining endgame to watch.
Yeah.
D5 played, by the way. Move 37. We promised to look at other games, but yeah, that's such a unique thing. By the way, E5 ever?
E5, D6.
D6. My king is in a square. Interesting. No, but then Bishop D5. No.
No,
Okay.
then I can play D7,
wait,
D8,
I
and take on E5.
can take, yeah?
Okay, takes.
Takes. Check. Here. Rook D2, you're still on time to take E5, guy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think E5 is a move.
No, E5 is not a move. No. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. E5 is not a move.
I mean, if the safe played F5 really quickly, and maybe he actually missed the D5 idea.
Okay, so that's this. Pankratov Predke B5 played, so a pawn is here. Knight B6 is coming, and now maybe black actually kind of does have chances, like serious chances.
No, this is unpleasant, yeah. And they will pass the time control.
One move
yeah.
left.
So and then knight b6. Yeah.
Is Motilev winning? I mean, that's what bothered me the most. Rook a1. Here and king h2.
I mean, if he gets to the time control without losing anything, then he's winning, I'm sure.
So there is a problem that you can't really play. I mean, maybe you can play bishop e5, yeah? Maybe you can play bishop e5.
King h2 is a bit of a weird move, right?
But he didn't want knight e2 check. Yeah, like you go. You could actually go here because knight e2 check. You go king h2, no check on e5. Yeah?
Well, maybe king h2 is also fine. Check and then like king h1. Still not much, right? Fedoseev played something. King f7, d takes.
Andrei Fedoseev. Yeah, black plays king f7, de, king takes.
This is the endgame we will get anyways, right? I mean,
right. I can see it. Black taking on f3, going f4, swapping the rook.
I think you wanna exchange the rooks because
you want. Yeah, I just thought maybe white is not forced to exchange the rooks. Interestingly.
Oh, in this line, right?
Yeah, because there it was somehow specifically happening, right? And okay, on the other hand, what does white do? Bishop b7.
Yeah. I mean, the diagonal is just too long. I don't think he's trapping. But maybe he is actually preparing h6, yeah, h6, g5.
6, but now you can't take, so maybe bishop f4 is the move.
Knight c4? But then check on d5, right?
One tricky thing. Probably have to be b7. You do play rook b2 just in case.
Yeah, bishop a8.
Bishop a8.
Yeah, but this we will witness for a long time, so I suggest to go back to Yusupenko.
Yeah, sure. Vidygov and Yusupenko, quite a lot of time spent, and queen d4 self-pinning, kinda, but preparing for knight d5, yeah? Knight b3 is the thing, yeah?
Yeah, but then, again, I moved the queen somewhere, and knight d5 is a threat now. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Also, I think black wants to play e3 on the next move, maybe. That's an idea as well. So, what's going on here? Queen d6?
Queen d6, and still takes, no?
Takes?
Yeah, endgame is something I'm not sure if I want to have, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like takes, it will be just a draw, perhaps. Bishop d3, you take, and it's one pawn up, but maybe not a draw exactly. But not what you want, yeah? What do you want? Down to 5 minutes. Now Nikita is thinking. Nikita is exceptionally focused player.
He is. I mean, we discussed it, yeah. And we could say that he got a bit lucky against Fedoseev as well as Aleksandr in those games, but on the other hand, I mean, he kind of deserved that luck in a sense, right?
Yeah, he's hard working over the board. Yeah, that's.
And here we could see the same thing. Like, it doesn't feel really safe for black, I think. I mean, I guess black is still slightly better thanks to extra pawn, but I mean, I can easily see black losing this game. Rook takes c4?
And he just played something.
He took on c4.
Is that what he did? Yeah. Okay. Does it mean it was possible today?
Yeah, dude.
Dude.
I also didn't see it was
Dude. Rook c4, knight c4.
Embarrassing.
Okay.
Yeah, we couldn't calculate the.
Rook c4. Rook c4. Maybe you don't take it. Maybe
Queen
you
A1.
go check, take, yeah. I think if you take with the... Yeah, that's the position on the board. So now you have a check. King goes. Maybe another intermediate rook b8, but later on you run into knight c6. So this I'm not sure. So probably this.
Yeah.
At once.
And this is
And it still goes on. It's actually still very sharp.
Very
because,
sharp, yeah.
White kind of won a bit of material, but f2 is hanging. Yeah.
I mean, not really. It's rook and 2 pawns right now, so it's
yeah.
not like you won.
No, I mean, with this operation of taking on c4, you want to, you exchange 2 minor pieces for the rook and a pawn on e2.
Yeah, so it's just an exchange. You didn't actually win anything, right?
Yeah, you didn't win anything.
The funny thing, I was also shocked that c4 was actually
Hanging.
attacked. Yeah.
Andrei's thinking, so could it be that there is more to it? Queen d1. Yeah, now that I'm thinking, after this check, maybe in fact bishop f1 can be played. Rook b8 though. So tricky. It's no wonder that they're both spending time, and we are about to miss all the time troubles. Pankratov Predke reached move 40 just to mention, and I don't know. It seems like a total mess after that. That knight d2 move, and then what? Queen d5, queen c2. Please, some perpetual check. I
don't mind seeing.
I don't see it.
I mean, this is not going to be too long.
It's a fun game. Yeah, it's a fun game, and there is also knight takes d5, knight b3, knight e7,
which was probably blunder. And what else? What can you do? I mean, queen c1. No, queen c1. There's no check on that.
There is no check. Yeah, maybe knight d5 is kind of a trick he blundered. Knight e7 being a serious threat. If you move the queen, some queen a2. So let's check again. So you take, check, king f8 takes a4, bishop c2. It's a strange situation. Feels like the a-pawn should give enough chances so that somehow you will be,
You're
able
not playing for the win, right?
No, you're not playing for a win anymore. Okay, but that reached move 40. And Drake and Fedoseev, the knight is... Did he just...
Blunder?
Or not? I think he did. He was relying on bishop d3. Okay, that's me kind of reading mind of Dmitry Andreikin, and maybe didn't realize that this is actually meh. I think meh, because g3 as well as h4 are weak. Maybe you hold like that. Who knows? King f2.
Or g4.
G4 just wins, right?
Yeah.
G4 just wins. You can't swap. You can't do anything.
I guess you're right. Yeah.
Oof, that'd be a big win for Fedoseev if it's correct. Yeah, all that's played. Yeah, knight g3 played. That's basically a straightforward line. We don't know if it's winning at the end, but it's a straightforward line.
It definitely gives us black chances than playing out that crazy endgame with triple pawns, right?
Yeah.
But I'm really curious to know
Check
if it's actually winning or not. Yeah.
Okay, rook g2, Richmond 40 once again, so we'll be.
But this is just losing on the spot, right? How do you?
I don't know. Maybe you need to do this, for instance, and after this capture, you're not on top. Yeah, and I do this. I don't do this.
Rook
g4, h5, and rook h3, rook d4.
Okay.
And
this is...
I'm kind of claiming that
I think this is actually a draw, but a difficult one.
Yeah, that's very often it would be the case. Like seems like I'm hanging by the thread, and somehow it holds, and it's very often lost in a practical game.
Yeah. Although...
Maybe not by that players.
Not by Andreikin, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what's still in progress? Motilev, king h2, no move. How is it possible at all? Chigayev?
No, I think this is...
either relay problem or something, but it says... not only like what surprises me, there is no move after king h2, but the time situation. I don't believe Shigaev still has 20 minutes. I mean, it's got to be closer than that. Aleksandr with Rachmanov. Oh, a lot of stuff has happened. Queen e8. Here is where Aleksandr decided to take on b4. Knight d4 takes, rook a4.
I mean, pawn is a pawn, right?
Pawn is a pawn.
Like, somehow we were like, no, man, taking this pawn is not good at all, but actually, why not?
I mean, he surprisingly captured it in a very comfortable way, because now black was supposed to have dark square compensation, but the bishop is on f8, not on e5. Yeah, so and it's move 35, and Rachmanov's down to seconds. So you know, can even be. It's like you're not winning this game immediately with white, yeah? But maybe you improve the situation a great deal.
This
and
one will be a long one.
Thinks?
Think so, yeah.
I mean, how about I'm doing...
I mean, unless white wins
that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I said white will never win it fast, but then I'm thinking, what exactly are you playing?
Take knight a6.
Take knight a6. I thought rook d8 is kind of knight c5. Yeah, no knight e6. Bishop g4. Take knight c6 g6. Yeah.
No, this is fine for black, I think. I mean, relatively fine.
Fine. Yeah. Okay. Right, that's why Aleksandr is thinking. Yeah? And I'm surprised, like now nearly all the games pass into time control. How is that? Or probably we should look at women's section and find out that everything is about to finish, yeah? So Yesipenko, in fact, captured on c4. Knight takes c4.
But he can still play knight a1, right?
Yeah, queen a1, queen a2 is still there, right? Queen a1, queen a2 is still there. Just that, what else?
I believe knight d5 has been played.
Knight d5. Knight d5 is a little strange. On the other hand, what do you do with white? Queen b5, right? I wouldn't mind targeting, you know, both the rook, the knight.
Queen b5?
Yeah. Queen b5, rook c8.
Has he played it, or
not yet?
Your suggestion?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, sorry, he did. Queen b5, it's Andrei to move.
See if he's safe, man. He's rooting for Yesipenko so bad. Rook d8. But why did he win the a2 pawn? I don't really understand.
Maybe he felt it was not needed. But now white will not give it, yeah? Bishop b2 or something.
I mean, this pawn may decide the game in white's favor, right?
Only move 32, so there's still time to blunder for like both players, right? I don't even know what to watch. I mean, that's a tremendously important game. So let's probably just stay here with that game, and then.
I mean, also, what else do? Maybe let's glance at Matulev's game, because
Matulev,
as I said, if he gets the time control, I think he's just winning here.
Yeah. So f4. Bishop b2, f3, g3.
Yeah. Just game over, right?
Probably, yeah.
And the king is actually very safe, I think.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, I'm not sure if you needed all that. Because you're never fast enough to leave the rook to attack h3. Yeah, I think Motilev just wins. And what else? Pankratov. Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back. Fitugov v Yesipenko. Check on d1. King h2 or bishop f1, both possible. I think Andrei misplayed it, to be honest. Again, that's just the feeling. Obviously, he was calculating, and maybe But now it feels like if there was any advantage for black, now it kind of slips away, and white might start thinking of winning this game.
I mean, if we just forget about what was happening previously, I think, in this position, it feels like white should be playing for winning, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. Fedoseev, by the way, after rook d8, just played h5.
And what was
his
our rule?
plan is very simple.
Yeah. Can we stop it?
Not
Andreikin
sure.
is smiling, laughing. I think that's like a nervous laugh, and he knows that he isn't doing great in this position.
Yeah, might as well be.
On the other hand, I'm not so sure what is he.
So bishop
what's so
to
funny?
f1. Bishop to f1. What did Yusupenko? What was his point to this? e3. Just takes with the knight. Yeah.
Rook d1.
Rook to d1. Rook to d1. So he will still be able to protect it? Question mark.
Yeah. You just put rook on h1. That's his
That-
genius idea.
Maybe that's why he was smiling. We don't know, but
That's a funny. I mean, it's a funny defense indeed, because maybe with the pawn on h7, that pawn angle was actually lost for white. Maybe, I don't know. But now he thinks that the pawn angle is just a draw, which is probably the case. And Fedoseev looks surprised. Yeah, I think he missed it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because with the pawn on with the pawn on h7, here you would play h5, I'm guessing, king f2, king d3, king 3, king d2. Even that is not given. I'm not sure. Really. So what has happened was rook d8, h5, back to d1. That must be why.
Yeah, that's the funny.
That must be why you're laughing here. Yeah. All right. There's move 44. Pankratov. Indeed, knight takes d5 was played, was blundered, and they've reached this position all the way to bishop c2, where black played knight to b6. It either was blundered, or now that I'm looking at it, could it be that it's a kind of a covert trap? Because if you take, you're not stopping the pawn, right? Knight c1 is sort of a threat. Knight c1, a3, a2. Okay.
But I don't think black has any serious
Knight c1 is a threat, no?
ambitions here.
Or you go knight
Knight
b4,
b4,
let's
yeah,
say
and
knight
then
c1, and
bishop
you
d1, at the very least.
Okay. Motolev makes his move 40, rook f1, and maybe still a bit annoying.
But the key thing is that he made it to move 40. Like, maybe he's not absolutely winning yet, but look, h4. I'm looking. But now we're actually
swap the
threatening to
queens.
take. Yeah. Okay.
Swap the queens, yeah. Aleksandr with Rachmanov, something's brewing here. Now Aleksandr got the knight to b5 for whatever reason, and black also kind of gets some threats. Such a tense round, man.
Mm-hmm. It's funny, in the break you were telling me that
everything will be finished quickly. Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I thought, because we were around move 20, and there is a tendency that they kind of don't keep the tension very well, but those guys do. All right, so look what happened after bishop f1, h4, queen b3, queen e1, takes, e3 takes, knight f4, queen c2. Just Nikita protects everything, yeah? Knight h3. Wait a second.
Knight takes f2.
How is he protect everything? Bishop c... No. This is hanging.
Could it be blunder alert?
Is there a move? Because now you're kind of not threatening anything, right?
Oh, but queen c3 is a move, right?
But are you winning?
What?
Exchange 94. Queen 3 here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Take 94. At least I got back like my one pawn for.
Right, yeah.
So that's a game, yeah.
It's not like white is winning here, but
No, I thought white was supposed to be like just winning. That. In c3, yeah, can't do much. Anything else? Knight f5 all of a sudden? You have knight e4, yeah.
queen e4 at the very least, right?
Yeah.
I mean, lots of adventures, but I feel like this game will actually finish in a draw.
That'd be a surprise, yeah. Pankratov, Chigayev, checked nearly everything. Chigayev, by the way, takes on b2.
Mm-hmm.
Which I, for some reason, did not consider at all.
I mean, I saw it was hanging, but
Queen a2, rook b8, or
yeah.
not to let white unpin.
No, but then rook b1.
Ah, yeah. Then maybe you let white unpin and just try to play.
But with two rooks, I mean, I don't believe in this being a fortress.
Yeah, I also don't think that black holds this, but you know, will be a long game again. So we've reached this line in Vitigov's game all the way to queen c3, and Yesipenko is thinking. I'm a little bit surprised because it seems there is only one move. Yeah.
Well, maybe it's move 40, and he's like 41.
He still needs to play
okay.
move 40, queen c3. And we do have results in the ladies section. Guseva wins against Voigt somehow. So that attack was powerful.
Yeah, but it did look very dangerous for black, right? A5, A4 feels really
takes, rook c6, rook e6. Brilliant.
That is actually beautiful.
Check
and our decisive game for Guseva. I think it's she only had one draw.
She made one draw, yeah. So that won. Gary Fulina won against Bivol, somehow making it through.
Ooh.
I don't know what was going on.
B7
your G4 was played, and I've said, you cannot take on G4. Of course you can. Of course you can take on G4, which I wouldn't dare kind of doing. Knight
maybe
E5.
there wasn't any alternative.
No, what's interesting, I'm not sure if you want to take on E5, to be honest. You've opened the G file. Do you really care about this pawn? What does it change?
No, I mean, if you lose f7, then you probably don't. But if you don't, then I mean, the pawn is a pawn, right?
But you did lose. Rook takes b7 and queen d6. Is it some brilliancy?
Could
check.
You won the game, so definitely
Bishop
paid off.
F4,
Bishop f4.
Queen a5. Is the brilliancy or is white a rook down?
No, rook b6.
Rook b6, yeah, I understand it. Still don't believe.
I mean,
still don't believe. I mean, rook is a powerful piece, so if you play 5 moves without a rook, even that, like bishop e3 is what finished the game, yeah.
So, I mean, I guess
it was a
the
mess.
engine would defend it easily, but
it was a mess. Okay. More results. Galyamova wins against Giria on move 40, precisely.
Yeah, a terrible tournament for Gira. I mean, generally she's very solid, but she already lost like 3 games at least, right? Maybe even more than that.
And it's already not the first game she loses with the white pieces.
Mhm.
So, yeah,
She
really.
lost to Pagonina and probably someone else.
Kashlinskaya with Pagonina. Kashlinskaya
piece
just
up,
wins.
right?
Yeah, just wins. Will we see another game that goes on a piece down? That's just winning.
B5, 96, 97, B4, knight B5.
Yeah, knight B5. And somehow I should be able to stop it.
Right.
So Kashlinskaya wins. Shuvalova with Bodnaruk actually goes on.
But, I mean, she wins the B pawn, this is easy, right?
Yeah.
Looks like
If she
she's
wins
winning.
the B pawn, unless D5 is the move here.
And then...
I know, Rook takes, Rook A. I'm still not on time, right? You take, or maybe I am. Rook A2. You can play Bishop D2 and take, yeah. Bishop D2, Bishop F8, Rook B5, and you're able to take. Yeah, so perhaps B4 falls. If B4 falls, that means the white has one pawn, the king is safe, you know, the positional advantage capped. It's very likely Shuvalova wins. That makes it a two-way tie. Her and Novot, half a point behind Gunina, and Shuvalova plays with Gunina.
Black pieces,
Black
but
pieces, but in case when you face Gunina, I don't think it matters that much.
Yeah.
Still, she's not a person who, I don't know, play the exchange Slav and make a draw in 10 moves now.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because, I mean, draw should be fine for Gunina because it guarantees a tiebreak.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she must be a huge favorite against Novot in tiebreaks because, you know, when it comes to faster time controls, I think she is really, really good.
Okay.
But on the other hand, she never plays for a draw. She doesn't know how to do that, and so this will make it very interesting tomorrow.
This kind of complicates matters quite a bit. That it's Gunina involved in a game which is, in a way, you can say must-draw situation. Not a must-draw, but when you
Must not lose. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So only 2 games and very soon 1 game left in the women's section, because this I really hope will finish soon.
Mm-hmm.
And everything, believe it or not, is in progress in the Open tournament. Everything. Kuryachkina's game, I've kind of forgotten, didn't look for quite some time. There are changes, this and that. Matlakov still keeps it, you know. Rook G7 is something I really want to play.
And Rook G7,
G7 and some Bishop H4 and so
just
on.
winning, I think. But maybe, you know, he doesn't even have to go fancy.
Oh, wait. I mean, if it was possible to do this, I probably would have done it.
I mean, it's been possible for the past, like, 10 moves or so.
Bishop B5, Rook C8.
I mean, it's a smart thing to repeat the moves.
Yeah, Bishop B1, King F8.
But also, I'm not so sure about what's the plan if White just plays Bishop C6.
Mm-hmm.
And then takes on E8, takes on G7. This can't be good, right?
Yeah, it feels like White's just winning.
Mm-hmm.
I guess White's just winning.
Not much to add, right?
Yeah.
Just really one-sided position.
Black is kind of paralyzed, yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you can find a moment where you play F6, by the way. Yeah, you can, I don't know, speculate on that. Here, though, Bishop E7 still possible. All right, so White is winning, but some time will be needed, yeah? Andreikin, Fedoseev, look what Andreikin is doing. Rook D1, King E5. But, you know, it's nice that this pawn could have been taken, right? And then first he plays H5, then he plays King E5, only then he takes.
I mean, it's cool.
Winning,
but
no, I think he wins an important tempo this way.
Why is it important? Rook H3, let's say.
H2 or H3. Yeah, rook H3 actually. This.
Rook H1.
This.
Check.
I've forgotten that you can always attack the G dude. Yeah, I was thinking of some Zuxwan with the rook on H3, king on D2, but then
Rook G3 is
rook
an option.
G3, yeah.
Interesting game. I'm really
It'd
not
be-
sure if it's winning or not.
You know, it'd be amazing if Andreikin survives like that.
But, I mean, if it's not winning, then White's defense is very simple. You just move the rook back and forth, right? So it's not like it requires a lot of effort from Andreikin to save this position, right?
Yeah. F4 is kind of not an idea at all, right? Just,
No, just check,
just chill. Funny enough, if the whole thing, I mean, that construction is moved one row up, you don't need the king, you know? And I mean, you'll probably lose it because of G5, but you don't lose the pawn. I mean, that's the point. So King G3, you just stand. And Rook H4, you have a check from the first rank. But here it's King G3, King G2. But of course, with the King on F2, this should be easily holdable. So I don't think F4 is an idea. And other than that, White just shuffles with the Rook. Yeah.
Interesting.
Impressive.
And, just study like safe on Andreikin if Rook D8 and then
If Rook D8
D1.
and then Rook D1 really saves and then is the only thing to save. And you know what? I'm starting to think maybe it was quote unquote too clever on Fedoseyev's part to do that.
To play H5?
To play H5, yeah.
No, but I'm sure he missed Rook D1. This is not the thing you think about.
A lot of people would miss Rook D1, man. It was here. So you play H5 and you are granted another move and all of a sudden it's strong. So one more time, if this pawn would have been taken, I don't think you can drop this guy.
No.
Yeah,
So you play King F2, right?
you play King F2. Yeah. Now Rook G4 H5 we consider to be complicated, right? Probably.
I honestly think
maybe
it's a
not
draw,
complicated.
you know,
maybe
knowing this
maybe
F1H
just a draw.
tendency.
Yeah, so the rook goes here, and the rook goes to fourth rank, and perhaps there is no way you can improve the situation. Unless you go here, but how likely is that, yeah? How likely is that?
Actually,
How likely is that?
what does White do?
What does White do?
I mean, the rook can't leave the fourth rank.
The rook controls the fourth rank. I mean, maybe it doesn't have to control, but...
but I go rook F4 and then E4, but you still do the same thing, right? I mean, like once
I
you...
probably can... first of all, it's me to move, yes? So I go here, here, here. You mean E4 here? Yeah, just take, go King H6. And King G2, you're just
King
on
G2
time.
now.
You're just on time because you don't have the weakness. Yeah. That's how you say. Actually, matter of one tempo.
As always.
King H5,
As
King
always.
H5 would have won.
Yeah.
That's express analysis with a lot of mistakes in it, I believe. But anyway, that's an impressive rook endgame.
Yeah, actually, in the current position, rook A1 seems pretty strong, which we didn't really consider at all.
With a lot of checks from a side, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, if you go King E5, I just go back right to H1.
Yeah, I think he saves. I think he just saves.
Actually, easily saves, because if you go King E5, there's rook A6 as well. And you just can't do anything at all.
Yeah, and I actually kind of cut your king on the...
Yeah, you cut yourself off from the pawns, yeah.
Right. Actually, this kind of actively makes a draw for White, yeah, because the position with rook on H1, you'll have to survive. Maybe there are not that many, but still, Black will try something, and like that, rook A1, you're more or less forced and draw. So Fedoseev, might not and probably will not win. I'm amazed how everything is in progress still. That, Pankratov, Pratke, knight c1, knight b4. At least here I'm guessing the moves correctly. Not sure if they're playing correctly, but
Pawn is on f4.
Okay, a3,
Bishop b1.
knight a4. Maybe I just win a piece.
Knight d5.
Knight e5, a2, yeah.
Maybe
I understand.
even then it's
No, I mean, I
draw
understand
if,
there'll be chances, right?
and draw in our leader's game.
So Vidigo just played bishop b4 and offered the draw.
Makes sense. I mean,
Which
this
makes sense,
It's more or less a draw. Yeah.
More or less a draw.
And after such adventures, I think he's relieved to finish this game.
I think that's the point. So he just wants to calm down a bit, and because imagine this being a couple of rounds ago, and imagine Gunina playing this game for either side. This would never ever be agreed a draw.
Yep.
But given the tournament situation, it's understandable.
Yeah,
so
but Nikita is very professional. So
Yeah.
I mean, and he's not even better here, I think, just to draw. Maybe slightly.
So one game less. Aleksandr Rachmanov just reached the time control and wanted to say it messed up. I'm not sure what's going on at all. White has won a pawn, or just took a pawn that was offered for good 15 moves. But Black really improved the pieces, right? And especially the queen on f4 is kind of not on f4, on this diagonal. I mean, you can play rook f3 and it's queen e5.
Especially after move g6, now h5 is a threat.
Yeah,
as well.
king g7 and h5 moving forward. So we really need a move with white.
Yeah, like you have all your pieces everywhere, on the board, but on the other hand, they're not
Somehow
really working together.
Yeah, so that, yeah. The knight on b5.
Knight on b5, queen on d8, other pieces on the king side, so...
Yeah, it's like weird. We kind of brought this knight to b5 so it would be working, but it still doesn't.
Yeah.
Rook f... No, I mean, it's nonsense, right? Rook f6.
What's the point?
To take on g6? Yeah.
Knight e4.
There is also this knight e4. Knight e4, though, drops d7, so maybe rook f7 is the thing.
No, but this is never a thing, I think.
That.
Okay, I mean, even takes... Oh, but I'm...
Take that, knight d6, queen a4.
Okay, but this is... Even the final position is probably fine. King g8,
Yeah, of
bishop
course.
takes d6.
Of course. No, actually, final position might be winning for you, yeah? Takes.
Bishop is king, yeah.
I think you take on f2 and you run away from the checks.
Maybe. But, I mean...
Okay, whatever.
We don't really want to waste time on this.
Nothing to do with the reality. Yeah. So, but the point stands. It's still very, very complex, even after the time control. And one of the few games where the queens are still on the board, like passing the time control. We had Aleksandr against Vidigo, and we had yesterday Pretke's game against Andreikin.
Right.
And most of the times it's some man game.
But this will last for some time, because I mean, even though I think we agreed that Black is okay. I mean, Aleksandr. I mean, in general, he fights till the end, but also in this specific situation, he will try to come off with something for sure.
So that, and what else? So Pretke is probably winning a piece after knight a4. The question is if he wins the game, yeah? He wins the game. He might, in fact. Andreikin, we think it's holdable, right? Matlakov should be winning against Guryachkina. Aleksandr, that's the game. And Motelev, Chigayev. Motelev actually prefer rook a2. Not queen a2, but rook a2.
Maybe with the queens, it will be just easier to attack Black's king.
Yeah, so like I simply got used to the idea that white king is unsafe. Yeah, but maybe we just go some queen d7, rook f7, queen d5, and
I like to move h4, so there's no h4 for black. Like, I know it's weak in g4, but I really don't think any of black's knights are getting there.
Immediately. No?
Queen
d7,
queen d7,
queen
queen
e4,
e4,
yeah, maybe h4 is actually kind
Not
of
even, queen d7, rook a7 is a threat now. And,
accurate little move. Yeah. The thing is, maybe that's what you do when they go h4.
Makes sense.
I'm not even sure about rook a7. I really want to put the queen on d5, so both knights attacked. I mean, this famous thing. So you attack the both knights, so none can move, controlling it this way. Yeah, I believe objectively white is winning. It's still like when you see two knights in the middle of the board, it seems like always some tricks. Yeah,
and the king isn't particularly safe, but still.
Should be winning.
Should be winning, yeah. I mean...
And that's it. Strangely, we ran out of games. I mean, all 5 are in progress in men's section. 2 games are in progress in the women's section. Of course, nobody resigns. And after b5, why exactly king f2?
I don't know. I mean, obviously this must be winning as well, but...
Are you sure?
I think it's 97, 96.
97, the king goes...
Oh, I
want to go... No. A5, I've seen something. A5, I thought knight a7, I won't be able to stop the b pawn after knight 6, b3, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a5... Give a check, go here.
Yeah, but maybe you're right.
I mean, I go here, or I don't know what. Yeah, this you'll be on time. King g3, king h4. But what if I just do this? Take on h5, play g5. You're left with only one pawn, and I'll have 2 passes.
I think it's winning, but yeah.
But wasn't it easier to win? Because in fact, the king runs here to protect the h pawn.
Yeah, I mean, okay, don't ask me
In
anything.
fact, the king runs here to protect the h-pawn, so just take, go knight b5, you threatening this, so b3 is a must, you stop it, b2. And then you win the pawn's ending, right? You go king g3, maybe you don't win, maybe that's the point. Could it be that it's that deep? I mean, if you get to g5, you just win. You have endless...
but...
okay, you go here, king h6, here, g6...
This is actually a draw, I think.
I mean, I can probably do it in a clever way so that I go king f3... Oh, maybe it wasn't clever. Yeah. Interesting. It's a draw. So maybe I should not be that critical of that idea.
Of not resigning, at least.
That way pawn gets to b2 if we take on a7. But on the other hand, can we... Okay, king f2, b5, king f2. Another question, what happens if I go like that?
King e3, I guess?
I'll do this. Yeah. This, and you played knight b6, right?
Yeah, then king h7.
And then king h7 starts, yes. And maybe you play there. You play there. Knight c5. g5, I take...
f4.
Yeah, actually f4. I mean, it's once again, it's such a mess.
It is. Surprisingly a mess, yeah.
Incredible. Because this would be winning, right? Check. And then you don't have a square for the king, and just take b3 and it protects. On the other hand, I I'm not sure if she calculated everything. Let's see, what was the position a couple of minutes ago? 6, King G8. Really?
H6, I guess, is the threat.
Okay. Okie dokie. So it's an actual game. It's an actual game. It's not. I'm not sure about the result. And for Shuvalova, no, I mean, this must be winning. This must be winning. Even though, how did it? Rook C5. Okay, that's a
smart.
That's a smart way. Takes and then D5. Rook B7, D4, Rook G2, intending to play H5, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, white is a pawn up. Plus, after Rook G2, we clearly hinting at some at Black's king action.
Oh wait, don't we just win?
Maybe. I mean, H5 looks kind of crushing. Actually, H6, G6, and as well as H6.
Probably that, yeah. H5 and move the king.
Can I take after H5?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, but I don't have to rush with H5, right? I can just play B4.
Yeah, let's not forget. Let's not forget we have stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
There's also this, and then H5. Yeah, there is B4, B5 first.
B4, B5,
Yeah.
B6, B7.
Okay, fair enough. White's winning. White's winning. White supposedly wins in Kashlinska's game, but it's not as easy as we thought. And 5 games are still going in the men's tournament.
Yeah.
Only the leader, Nikita Vitigov, made the draw. All right, then. Let's go for a quick break and return to round number 10, the round which I suspect will be the longest with that many games going.
Yeah, one of the games will last forever.
Yeah. Okay, so stay tuned. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Аверба. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
Yeah, and we are back with round 10 of Russian Superfinal. And one game has finished during the break. Kashlinska has won against Pogonina, and I think it will be fair to say she didn't deserve any criticism for what she did. It actually was a perfect King f2 move. I mean, we'll get to that.
Perfect technique. Yeah.
Absolutely perfect technique and well calculated, I believe. Yeah, this line that she played was well calculated. So we still have one game going in the women's section. Shuvalova, I hope she's... Yeah, I think she's winning. Yeah, Shuvalova, I think she's winning against Bodnaruk, even though at some point it looked like the situation will get out of control. But now, yeah, wins completely. Just finished, in fact, because it's it says checkmate in 5 or something. Yeah, it says. All right, and what else? So, women's round is finished.
So that makes this round a unique one, right? 5 games are still going in the open section,
and everything finished in the women's section, right? In terms of important results, a draw of Overden, Gunina, and Shuvalova's win make it so that, tomorrow, another very important day. Gunina leads half a point, faces Shuvalova, who is tied for the second. And also Ovod will watch this game closely, because if she wins and those two make a draw again, she will be...
tie.
Yeah, it looks like a tiebreak is almost inevitable unless Gunina wins, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Ovod I guess she will try to win her game, but she's black tomorrow against Kirill.
Yeah,
so
fair enough.
Anything can happen.
Right.
Also, I don't think she's used to that kind of situation, and this may play against her.
Okay, so wanted to say, remember we always were trying to stop the pawns with the knight, but in fact it's the king. Which stops the pawns, and knight surprisingly well fights against the king. King h7, knight e7, king h6, and knight takes f5 is the key. Spotted nicely, and after king h5, you can take the knight because the pawn promotes, g6 square is taken. After king h5, knight g7, white just wins. So well played.
Fair enough.
Well played, and let's go back to the open section, right? Matlakov against Guryachkin. Oh, well, it actually changed quite a bit. Still looks like white is in control. But I'm a bit, honestly, I think white's still winning, but I'm honestly surprised that Guryachkin made it till that point. So king f8, bishop c6, and Matlakov just takes. Goes here, check, exchanges, goes c5, bishop g5.
Yeah, I mean, the structure is just so bad that it's hard to imagine Guryachkin is saving this game. Because once b6 falls, a5 falls as well.
So we just take, basically, and do what? Play bishop f2, question mark?
Actually, why not?
Yeah, I mean, it's awkward for a moment, right, to do bishop f2. You'd probably prefer... Maybe I have the time, maybe I have the time for...
Bishop
e3,
so
yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, so bishop f2, hit this. At least, presumably, let's say, black has to play rook b8, and then can... Rook g1, I mean, sometimes you don't have to be fancy. Rook g1, rook d1. Or you want it on a C file, right? So maybe bishop g1, rook c2, rook c6. Yeah,
anything wins.
That seems like this game is done. Okay, c5, bishop g5. Matlakov is still thinking, though, because he can. Yeah. Moving on, Andreikin and Fedoseev. That's the position.
Interesting that Andreikin just chose to move his rook back and forth. Remember that?
Not rook a1.
Actually play rook a1 and basically force the draw. But now...
Is there a chance? King g2, okay. If I go king g2, if I'm silly.
I don't think there is King E3.
King E3 or King F5? King E3, I thought I just do that.
Yeah.
Not clear what you...
And then check King F4.
Two checks, right? Check, King F4. And I'm not on time with this because King G4...
King G4, Rook H6, I mean, still...
Rook G3?
No stalemates? Okay.
G3 and takes, yeah.
All right, yeah, this is...
So at least we found one way to lose.
Mm-hmm.
But wait, if this is winning for black, which I still have difficulties believing in, then it was a huge miss, right?
No, but I mean, I don't think it's winning. It's just
But what do we do? Like King G3 allows this check and King F4 immediately.
Mm-hmm.
King G1 kind of too sophisticated to my liking. And probably is bad as well because King F3, right?
check.
From
F2.
King G3.
Check again.
Yeah. So this is how you... Could it be that King G1 is... No, wait. And if I give a check... But that was the... Kind of was the position.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe King G1 is the move. I mean, that way... But okay, but if I just do Rook G2 again... King F5 in order to get to G4... but remember I was saying that in fact you don't need the king. So maybe you need the king on the first rank.
To protect the
To protect the pawns, yeah.
King
be funny.
G2 has been played.
King G2 has been played, and our worry was King E3, but probably you have some move after King E3. King E3, you know what you can do? You can give a check. King E4 back, you at the very least go back, and King E2, Rook G3 is possible already. Rook G4 doesn't win. Yeah.
Yeah, so big miss for Fedosseev. I mean, he probably wasn't winning by force at any point, but still very, very important draw
he had
for Vitigov.
quite a lot of chances. Yeah,
But also we somehow keep forgetting about Matlakov, who, if he wins, he will get on +2, only half a point behind Vitigov. So
it will, in a way, be the same situation in the women's tournament. The leader and two people half a point behind.
right,
Yeah.
just they're not playing each other.
They're not playing each
Although
other.
Fedosseev in the last round is white against Pankratov, so this is his chance, I think.
So the tiebreak is the possibility of a tiebreak is not excluded. Really,
Not at all, not at all.
Pankratov and Predke. Yeah, that's interesting. Hang on a second. So Bishop A2, Bishop C4, and yeah, for some reason I thought this pawn promotes, but Knight C2 stops it, right? So takes Knight A2, C2, Knight A1, King E7, Bishop D5. And Kratov is fighting
Kind of scary, right, for white.
fighting for dear life.
No, but if this was all planned for Predke when he played Knight D2, this is just brilliant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Realizing that the A pawn is actually dangerous enough to still give him some winning chances.
When
Move 40,
was that?
move 40, actually.
40. I don't believe it was planned.
You don't? Maybe it wasn't, yeah.
In a way, it means it had to be planned here, I'm guessing. Eh?
Right.
So you go Knight C4, you allow E4, and then you play this, you quote-unquote blunder Knight D5, which maybe you did, and then it turns out that the A-pawn is very dangerous. Yeah, so that's current situation, obviously. Black
why did
doesn't
he give
risk
up the
anything.
E-pawn? Like, if he does the same thing but plays F3 instead of F4, move 45.
It's a big question. I don't know. Maybe he needs to run with the pawns because if I'll disturb the knight, I'll take D4. No, you'll play D5, yeah.
And how does the F pawn, I mean the pawn on F4 changes anything in that sense?
Yeah. The answer is I don't know. Okay, knight e2. Is he... I mean, is black just casually winning? Pawn after pawn after pawn? I mean, we've lost this one, right? I mean, you can put it on d5, but how long will it last here? No, it's not. King d6, knight c1, and you can take, yeah. So I guess the king has to run. I guess the king has to run towards c3. And one of the things you can do, you can actually put the knight on b5, and... but how do you win then? It's kind of, the pawn is protected. And I don't think white...
you can't move anything, right? As black.
Yeah, but you've kind of tied yourself down. Maybe hold still because of the bishop. Or just white needs to find a better way of playing it, yeah. Then we have Motolev Chigayev, where eventually the queens got exchanged. Queen c3, queen to a5. Yeah, so he decided to exchange the queens. fa1, k8, rook a7, rook a2. Might not be all that easy, right? But it should.
I mean, the pawn on f3 will get lost eventually, I think, and then...
Yeah, then it's just technique.
I mean, the problem is that there is just no theoretical possibility for black to get to a theoretical draw, I think, right?
With the knight, yeah, not much you can do.
Like, we can even exchange the rooks, and we'll say, if we get to win the f-pawn, this looks completely winning, right? With the bishop and the rook versus two knights, so... Yeah, hard to believe.
Yeah, you can't really exchange the pawns. I mean, in some situations you'd start, let's say, h4, exchange one.
What was that Corona VL game from the candidates, I think?
Yeah, f6, h5, knight on g7 versus what?
A rook and...
rook and... Where was the pawn? Pawn g3,
and somewhere else.
Yeah,
right, so Fedoseev...
Fedoseev agrees a draw.
Yeah.
Fedoseev agrees a draw against Andreikin. Well, kudos to Andreikin not falling apart, I have to say. It was quite... yeah, but that was... I don't know. I mean, maybe he did make mistake because it looked better for white and then he almost lost. But overall feels like well-played game. I mean, resourceful defense and so on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when he was really close to losing the game, he found all the best resources, and maybe Fedoseev, rushed a little bit with this rook angle, which, to be honest, looked just winning, but...
Somewhere here,
Yeah,
like
e2
king is here, yeah, bishop e2, and...
So bishop e2 must be a very, very sophisticated trap, because it feels like black is just winning here immediately, but in fact, I mean... This is apparently just a draw.
Yeah, because h5 is a strong threat, right? Yeah. So you play h5 yourself, and that...
d1, yeah. I'm really curious if that's the only move, but I think it is. I mean, otherwise, how do you protect the pawn, right?
Cool.
It's a really cool defense by Andreikin.
Yep. So two draws. Matlakov with Goryachkin, yeah, bishop g1. So
yeah, the rook comes to c6 and it's over, right? No counterplay for black at all.
I mean, you might be able to hold for now, but we all know. I mean, we all know. Yeah, like imagine. I mean, there's bishop d8 and you even hold for now, nothing falls. But we all know this is this is not holding. Yeah, king gets to d5, and I mean you can enter from g6. The black is completely paralyzed. Right, so it's just a question of how many moves it will take.
I'm curious if Aleksandr has achieved anything.
Yeah, well, actually, this game,
Ooh.
that it changed so drastically after.
This is some real action here.
It's unexpected because I thought, when was move 41, G6, and then you think, okay, it's such a complex position, right? The guys will start thinking. Maybe they were thinking. It's just that the time flies. Knight C3, Rook A1. Okay, so something went on and on and on. Knight A4, Rook D1, Knight C5, Queen E1. Check, Rook G1. Who's winning?
Someone must be winning. Yeah.
Is someone winning? Knight takes D7. Okay. Right. Okay. The king is on a run.
Check. Here's what.
Everything is...
No, but King H4, Queen G5, I think should be mentioned, right?
Yeah. This, I mean, you probably win some other ways, but yeah, that's a beauty. That's a beauty. King F4. And then... Interestingly, you don't have all that many checks, I wanted to say, before I spotted G5.
King E3?
King E3 and the check and King D2, right?
Yep.
Then I take, and it's still God knows what, and it'd be funny if Knight E5 wins. Because you attack F7.
Well, looks like this.
You attack F7 3 times and there is no check. There's no check. It'd be even funny if Rook F7 wins. So that King F7, Knight E5 double check, King F6, but who knows? Maybe there is no checkmate. Yeah. Nobody needs it. Knight D7. Anything to do for black? I mean, G5 is too brilliant, yeah? G5 here is too brilliant.
I mean, there must be some... I was going to say forcing it, but Knight F6 is only one check, right?
Knight F6 is only one check. But no, the thing is, like, if you give this check, King H8, it's a threat of checkmate in one.
Yep.
And King G4, I take with the Queen and take with the...
Well, Knight G3, right?
Knight G3, Rook G3, yeah. So, nonsense. Never mind.
Actually, after Knight G3, it's like super
never
safe
mind,
away,
yeah,
right?
never mind. So, this pawn has to be taken with something.
Mm-hmm.
You have an alternative of Rook takes.
But then I think King H4 is...
Then King H4.
I mean, if we...
if there is anything
safe about this position, yeah.
And funny enough that this runs into this, and white ends up giving checks, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
It's not that far away from a stalemate for black as well. I mean, I thought
for
like
black?
like G5, King H5, you end up with a king on G7.
Way too many pieces.
Way too many pieces. I think Aleksandr is just winning, honestly. I think Aleksandr is just winning.
And no time for
Rachmanov at all. Yes, a queen takes.
Hopefully King H4 won't happen. Because we've seen a blunder from...
but King H4, you also have a less fancy way, G5, Queen F3. So that's why. I mean, if your only chance was to blunder Queen G5, that's one thing.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so King F4 is already on the board. 2 minutes for Rachmanov. What was the line? G5, yeah?
G5, King E3, Rook E1, King G2, man.
King D2 looks...
Black is running out of checks.
I mean, if Queen F3, that's a very useful intermediate protecting the knights, and then King E1 and no checks.
And the knights, will do their job, attacking the king and protecting our king at the same
Rook
time.
E4...
No, but this was, we said 95.
This was 95, which probably, I mean, unless there is some crazy movement, I don't even see
F7 attacked twice, so what else?
Yeah, if Rook takes, it's still a checkmate. If, And moving the F-pawn, I'll just take the F-pawn, right?
Queen F7, right?
It's Queen F7, So let's
maybe
see.
Rook D1 is an idea, but then I just take a
check
and I should
this.
be able
You mean not to take this guy, but give a check.
Like King C D2, maybe C1.
D2, this C3,
No, but c3, bishop g7 now, right?
Ah, bishop g7, so I can't go there. Do I actually cross it? Ah, that's interesting, because look, I cannot go to e for
No, but
file.
c1, if you go to c1, where's your
Okay,
check?
that, same check, f4, because I cannot go here, cannot go here.
Knight d2, knight d2.
Ah, yeah, brilliant, knight d2.
Yeah.
Knight d2, and we, okay, I mean,
It's still a game, but
actually, we don't win immediately, but should be winning because it's an
just a
extra
piece,
piece. Yeah. And we actually do win immediately because
Because knight
check,
f8.
knight f8, yeah, immediately being, soon. Yeah, but rook d1 is a nice try indeed. So
less than a minute for...
it was that king c1. If I give this check, king d2 and somehow d2,
c2, right?
queen h1 is played.
Well, that
Queen
means that white has to
h1.
find something forcing here, right?
Why is that? Because otherwise you'll annoy me to death with those checks, right?
Checkmating ideas.
Wait a second. If I do this, you're forced to go here, right? And knight c3. Ah, no, you take on f. Who's winning and why?
So if I...
Queen h1 is a...
It's a cool move. It's a much better idea than rook d1 for sure.
Yeah. Because actually, look, he follows him all the way on the first rank.
Yeah, but if
And
I go
then the queen joins.
like
yeah?
a4 and stuff.
And then the queen joins.
So say check first.
Check on f6,
Yeah,
king goes, and let's be super
F7,
primitive.
yeah.
Let's just take f7. So check here.
King c2.
King c2, no other moves. Check here. King b3.
Yeah.
Queen d1. King b4. Rook b1, king a5. And believe it or not, but we don't see it. Yeah.
No, but we kept checking, right? And then there's rook
Okay,
a7.
one, king b6, queen b1,
Yeah, and black wins, I think.
black wins. So it had to be something else, not queen f7.
Yeah.
Oof. That's complex.
Queen c8.
Queen c8 without a
I
check.
mean, check and
or
then
check,
queen
yeah.
c8, queen d. Queen c8, I mean, feels a bit more precise. No, I mean, check and then queen c8 compared to all the other moves. d8 or b8.
Check this.
So in case our king hides on c6, then a6
Ah, it's
squares
six.
cover.
But maybe that's the line. Maybe it's not that hard to to figure out. Because
Yeah, 'cause it's very, very forcing.
that
right?
this. Oh wait, you can actually go rook b1, but it's same, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
And now if queen d1, it's king a5, check king b6, check king. Yeah,
King b6, queen d4, king c6. Yeah, and again, the knights and the queen are...
And here you can actually play rook a3 now that I'm thinking.
Right.
And after this check, go to b5.
Okay, yeah, that's
So
good
it
enough.
must be dead.
Well, I mean, Aleksandr is definitely capable of finding all of this, but this is
the
round
time's kind
10.
of the time's kind of running out. Yeah,
round
he had an experience of blundering as
Exactly.
well, which it's not like he
does it a lot, but
yeah. But I mean, it plays
and
tricks with your
Pankratov
mind as
just
well. Yeah,
lost his game. I believe.
Pankratov just lost because what? I don't know. Something has happened. I mean, okay, well, a lot of moves played. Bishop a2 and this, and this, and this, and this. And he's kind of 2 knights down, you know. Knight c3. This knight being trapped.
I mean, if it's all clean and phenomenal game by
Yeah,
Fredke.
Fredke.
And I'm honestly a bit ashamed that we didn't pay enough attention to this game.
No, I mean, it was nicely played at
that's
some
the
point.
thing, because they're not really fighting for the championship.
Yeah, and a lot of games, you know. But Fredke, look, he beat Garyachkina. He was that close of beating Andrejk, and now he
close,
wins another game. Yes, so improved his overall result
he
already.
needs 5 more rounds.
Yeah, some people just kind of delayed themselves at the start, and then and then it turns out to be too late. Okay, Marlakov's game. I mean, just quickly, because after Bishop G1, Garyachkina couldn't find anything better but to kind of go for a counter-attack.
Yeah, but
Which probably
ends right here.
Yeah, probably ends right here. I mean, that's doesn't look like the race which is possible to win for black.
Yeah. Doesn't look like a race at all.
It doesn't look like a race at all. Yeah. So we will be left with Motilev, Chigayev, and Aleksandr Rachmanov. Aleksandr Rachmanov, knight f6 check was played. King went to h8.
Yep. I mean, still 6 minutes for Aleksandr, so he should find this idea, because it's all very straightforward, right?
On the other hand, now that I'm thinking both knights are protected, why don't I go here, rook d1, king c3, check from e1. Yes, strangely, like moving the rook on the third rank doesn't really help much.
Yeah, but you want to go after the king. Why do you need this rook at all?
Wait a second. If I do this... but if I'm not threatening a checkmate, then even some rook c1 might be a thing. So how exactly we were winning?
Queen c8.
And how did we go to the third rank without dropping this rook with a check? Now that I'm thinking.
That's a good question.
We got excited with king running away, yeah, because... No, really, like whenever you go, he just takes. He just takes the rook. Oops. So if white is winning, it's not the way we were describing.
Right.
Is white winning at all? I mean, he probably is, but, you know...
Well, if that's not the case, that's that's just a crazy game.
It's absolutely, because it looked like Rachmanov was done.
But then you probably should move the rook, right? Somewhere.
But if you move the rook... That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, Garyachkina resigns after rook c3. And she's on -2. Joint lost, yeah?
Not really. Not yet, at least. Because if Chigayev loses, he's on -3 as well as Rachmanov.
Aha, if Rachmanov loses, yeah, so you still, your bet is still there.
I mean, it's very shaky.
Pankratov has won, but he won,
He's on
he won
-1,
yesterday. Yeah. Rook e3 played. Okay. Rook e3 played.
Very easy to blunder something as white, right? Some amazing stuff.
Look, okay, rook e3, we are not afraid of rook c1 because knight c3, right?
I think if Kirill wins, we probably want to have him
just to
studio
talk about
to explain us everything, because this
maybe
stuff is
not
crazy.
only the game, but yeah, kind of
Rook a1.
Rook a1, but
then knight c3,
why
right?
knight c3 doesn't win? Yeah, I think it does. This covered, d1 covered, so you in fact you have only one check, which is queen c1, right?
King d3.
And then king d3.
Wait, even king e2 maybe?
But king e3 is good enough.
Rook a3 and like, or is it just too slow?
You mean
Rook a3 can just take on f7 maybe. No, but then rook takes c3.
Hard. Knight here, f5, yeah?
No, knight here, it's step on queen d1 actually, mate.
Ooh! Nice, nice. Rook a1. So if you take that one, we somehow get checkmated, right? At least we think so.
But what else can be played? I mean, knight c3 looks like...
Yeah, knight c3 certainly seems like the only
should
move.
play this quickly, and then, because, I mean, you have no time, you will need this time at some point, right?
Yeah, it's incredible. Rachmanov keeps finding resources, right?
Yeah.
Keeps finding resources. And what else? Motilev, Chigayev. Are we sure that this is winning?
Not at all.
I don't know what happened. I mean, how this came about.
Actually, I think it is. I mean, yeah, it does look that black is really, really active here, but what's it, like king of... Okay, so it's black to move, actually. What's your move now?
So you mean...
Okay, when you move the knight on g4, I just play king f2, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
move the...
If you go king g5, at least I can kind of cut you off with rook a5 check. Yeah, if e6 knight is moved, then rook f4 once again sending you to g5.
King c3.
King c3 played by Aleksandr.
What is this?
What is king c3? King c3.
I mean,
And
maybe he wants to do the same thing as we did, but...
kind of sneaking there.
Right.
It's absolutely crazy.
Crazy
and the
stuff.
crazy thing is, not only kind of white doesn't have the time to, I don't know, to attack the black king, but black also needs to play quiet moves, right? That's rook e3.
Yeah, checks probably don't
checks
work here.
don't work, but you play rook a1 and then king c3 and queen d1. Absolutely incredible, and kind of threatening rook a3 or not, because I don't know what's going on by that point. Yeah, like
No, but queen a, rook a3 is a...
rook a3, king b2, right? King b4 runs into queen a4 checkmate. So this,
And queen a1, I mean...
this, and this. I mean, you do have an awful lot of checks, and is it a perpetual? I mean, queen d1, king c3, and rook a3, king b4.
But I think white is trying to survive here.
Yeah. An incredible play by Rachmanov, I have to say, because a lot of people would fall apart there.
Yeah, absolutely. Knight takes d6. How about that move? Freeing the c5 square for the king.
Beautiful. And also finally introducing a threat of a forced checkmate. Yeah, after knight d6. I mean, if black stops by one more time, I believe knight f7 discovered check should just win.
I mean, the knight on f6 is hanging, so I'm not so sure.
Okay, wait. So check king b4. What? Rook a3. King b4. Check, king c5. It's incredible.
And no checks, so must be winning, right?
No checks.
But now we're not threatening knight takes f7. But also there is queen a1. Queen where?
Queen c6 is what he did. Queen c6. So that rook a3 can be answered with king b4. But he's not threatening anything. And how about a move like rook
Bishop and queen c8.
rook b1, maybe?
Knight d2?
Knight d2, yeah.
I mean, this is...
Knight d2
imagine having
though? Wait
no
a second,
time
wait a second. I go here, knight d2, I go here, and I'm taking the knight, or this is a perpetual king e3, c2, d1, c2, d1, yeah?
And he's just played rook b1.
Yeah, rook b1's on the board. b1's on the board. That's a checkmate in one threat, if I've ever seen one.
Knight d2 looks like the only move. Or rook d3 is
Rook d3, rook b3.
All right.
Knight d2 played.
So he's fine with draw now? Or
After rook c1, what do you do? I mean, I don't think you can allow yourself... You've actually taken the square from your king.
yeah. No.
No, I think rook c1 is just a draw. This is lost, right? This, well, technically is possible.
I mean, you don't even have a threat then, so...
Check here. Yeah, you don't have a threat. It's your king, which is on e4,
Right.
so you're not better. I think he just let it slip. It's incredible.
I mean, it was...
But it was a mess. No, I mean, it's not an incredible miss. I mean, it's understandable.
Absolutely.
The incredible game and the resourcefulness of both players. Yeah, rook c1 is on the board, and here is the moment of realization for Aleksandr. King d3. I think that's fair to finish the game like that. Check, and king goes, and check, and king goes back. King d3.
Yeah, this will be the finish of this game.
Yeah, after king d3, it's all over. Oh, but after queen c2, it's all over. Is there? Yeah. He plays it. e2, yeah. Rachmanov kind of, I don't know if you can say imitates that he's thinking, because
No.
I mean, it's obvious queen
You can
d1
see
is
by the way he moves the pieces that, he knows the result of this game.
So an impressive save, I have to say.
It is, absolutely.
And meanwhile, okay, let's wait till that one is finished. Motilev and Chigaev are the last two guys playing.
Sure.
Yeah, and a draw was agreed. There. Yeah, he certainly missed quite a few wins. I was kind of picking at the computer screen, and there were some big numbers in White's favor at some point.
It's crazy. I mean, the only real winning chance, I think, the really findable one was knight c3, right? Instead of king c3, move 55.
Rook e3. But I think after rook e3, rook a1 isn't even the strongest.
Rook b1 is the strongest.
Rook b1 is the strongest. But yeah, let's say rook a1 was played, and then knight c3 apparently was winning.
But we also weren't sure what's happening after queen c1 and rook a3, right?
Yeah, dash, rook a3. Who knows?
Wait, but if we attack the f8 bishop,
like that, or whatever, f7 just to have some, some power.
but rook c3, rook takes c3 must be a draw, right? Then you take on c4. Oh, king f5. Yeah, I completely forgot about it.
Queen b1, I guess. Queen b1 is important, so that king f3 check from here, maybe not to let you go to g4. Maybe that's the perpetual check. And then you go
so
here.
King g2, let's say?
So you want me to... King g2, okay, some check. This check, yeah? This check.
King g4.
This check.
King f5.
And this we lost, yeah? Because king gets to g6.
Wait,
where the king gets to g6, actually a check from there.
But, I go to
so
d6.
I should have given like it's...
No, but once I play king f5...
I give you queen f3 check once you play king f5. King e6, queen h3. So this bishop is still alive.
Okay.
Come on. Okay, so that's a draw, and the only game which is still in progress is Motilev's game against Chigaev. Motilev made quite a bit of progress, so the king is active now. Rook f4 is what? Knight
it's always
f5.
so tricky all these
knights, forks, all the
working together. Yeah,
all the
pawn
nonsense.
and
Yeah,
three.
all the nonsense like this, knights, forks, and stuff. Won't be surprised if it's still. I mean, if he still doesn't win.
No, absolutely. It's possible to blunder something. Even right now, it's not that easy to make a move for him.
Yeah.
Because
Knight f5 is kind of
Bishop f2, what's your move?
Bishop f2, knight and f5, rook.
Or maybe
Rook
first.
g4, like some pins. Yeah, rook g4 is actually annoying. Yeah. Maybe that's the way. Bishop goes to
e3.
e3.
Actually, even better, right? Because now rook g4 is the real threat.
Knight f5, rook g4. Wait, knight f5, rook g4. No, but that's nonsense, yeah. f2 you can actually take, and take.
But he's just playing knight f7.
Knight f7, but... so knight goes here then. Maybe a check
Those
again.
knights. Yeah, check looks nice. And bishop f4 looks kind of good as well.
Bishop f4 is also
Restricting the knight.
something. He does it. Yeah, he does it. Bishop f4, attacking this knight. So now knight f5. Perhaps just go back.
Yeah, why not?
Perhaps just go back, or h2, or h1.
Then knight g5.
Then knight g5, and it is again some sort of.
Maybe knight g5 I just go rook h2 then, or rook h1. I mean, depending on where you put the rook previously.
Or f.
Or
Knight
rook f1, actually.
Maybe you go rook f1. The question if you're threatening to. Still, okay. Let's just follow it.
Rook g4 I think is an option too.
Rook g4, king f6,
And then rook g8.
g8. So the knight kind of not moving.
Maybe I just want to play g4. Start pushing my guy.
Yeah. Well, actually, g4 would be nice because then I'm kind of pushing this guy away from f5 and king e3. Yeah. What? Went back to h1. Went back to h1. Here we set knight g5. Yeah. So what I wasn't sure was if this is a draw. Look, king h5. You take, I take. You take on f3. I go king g4. You give a check. I go back to g5. I don't have the way. Yeah.
Oh, so king h5 is a big threat. I didn't even realize that.
I mean, if you move, yeah, like king h5, king g4, and g3
So
pawn
that's
is...
why rook h2 was my initial...
like play rook h2 here, see what black does. And actually it's not clear what he does. Maybe that's, again, some sort of a...
But maybe then f2 and king h5?
Oh, you mean just like that?
Oh, but king e2 is an option as well, right? King e2,
F2?
knight e4.
King e2, knight e4... no, I think I take.
Rook h2 is on the board.
Think I take. You go here. I think first of all, rook and bishop, just to let you know, wins against two knights. Sometimes it takes around 200 moves. I was checking with the database.
Okay. That's an important knowledge.
That's an important knowledge bomb, yeah. No, but I think here, specifically, you win with the bishop move and king g4, rook f4.
Mm-hmm.
No, but really, it's one of the worst ways I've wasted my time when I was checking the main line of rook and bishop
Has
against
it
two
ever
knights.
happened in any of your games?
No. No, but
I mean, someone's procrastinating watching TV shows or YouTube and you're analyzing rook and bishop
but it's
versus
kind
two
of
knights.
better excuse you can make to yourself that I'm working on chess. No, that was funny. Just throw in some. I mean, you can check yourself, guys. Just throw in some random two knights and bishop for one side, and bishop and rook for the other, and yeah, you'll see some scary numbers like checkmate in 120, for instance. And try to follow the main line because that's what I did. And first 40, 50 moves, I thought I understand what they're doing, because the side with the knights was pushed towards the edge of the board, and it was almost like, let's say it's black and it's already on 7th, but then you let them go back to center. I mean, that's the hard part to understand. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it
Inviting,
can be understood at all.
Inviting king e3, after which black is not that far away from
No,
winning this game.
It's a nice move. Yeah.
Rook where? Somewhere long, right?
Yeah,
It's a
so we don't
nice
get
move,
forked.
but Rook A2 is a nicer move, in fact,
Yeah,
because
much
we just
nicer.
spread the roles, right? King will stop the pawn. We don't need to win the pawn, we just need to stop it. Yeah, so the king will stop the pawn when it's on F2, and Rook and Bishop attacking the knights. So after knight G4, I guess it's just winning like this. Check and Rook A5 and so on.
Yeah, no, I mean, knight G4 isn't happening, but
Yeah,
what else then he
but
play?
then
Go back to F5.
Go back to F5. And can I put the rook on a 5th rank then? Claiming that you're
Knight E6, let's say.
in a bit of it. So it's I don't know why I thought that. Knight E6, King E4.
I just realized, so imagine we will have to see this Rook and Bishop versus two knights.
Rook and that'd be funny. That'd
On
be
the other hand,
funny.
I mean, this is such an unusual endgame, which maybe it will be fun to watch in this.
Yeah.
I don't think that's that unlikely. G4.
G4, yeah, I was about to say if G4 is any good. Is it just winning?
Actually,
G4,
how do you
move the
save
knight, rook
right?
A6. Yeah. This.
Doesn't check, right?
This.
And knight H3.
This, knight H3, rook
Rook
F1,
1, yeah.
knight F4, king E3. I just thought it's a study like.
F2
And
has
F2
been
is
played.
actually played, yeah. So white,
All right, so
white's
that's-
winning now
that's a
by
win,
capturing the knight on F5.
Navalov will find this for sure.
By capturing the knight on F5. Imagine there'd be some perpetual, like knight E4,
I can't
rook F1.
imagine.
Yeah, no, okay. It's got to be the knight on F4, in fact.
Navalov sees it. Where?
Knight instead of a bishop and the king somewhere, and you go
Yeah.
like knight E4, knight G3, knight.
Okay.
Okay. Stop it.
He
Yeah?
sees it. He will take the knight, yeah.
Yeah, he takes the knight and he wins the game. Takes the knight and wins the game, and maybe Chigaev will
And
play.
Chigaev
Will
sees it
play
as
it.
well.
Yeah, of course he sees it. Just maybe he will play it till the very end. Yeah, rook takes F2,
I think he will release
knight H3.
I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Sending Chigaev to clear last.
-3. Yeah. Rook F1, knight takes. No, knight doesn't take F4. White wins. Okay, so I gotta say today was a very, very, very entertaining day. I mean, a lot of nice games, and I hardly remember any boring game. So,
Yeah, I guess surprisingly Gurnina's game maybe wasn't that entertaining, but
there was still kind of
Yeah.
an idea, the point.
and in men's section every single game
Every single
was
game
really,
was
really
kind of well fought.
yeah.
So Vitigov, Yesipenko was a lot of stuff happening. Rakhmanov, you've seen yourself. It was a
crazy save.
absolutely crazy game. Motelev won, Pankratov lost, and once again we can only think of how deep Predke has calculated. How deep he blundered, in fact, yeah, because it did look like a blunder around 40 and turned out to be like very good, very good move. Andreikin saves once again. It's safe to say that he saved the game against Fedoseev. Matlakov beats Karyachkina. So what's the current standings? Vitigov is in the lead. Vitigov is in the lead. And Matlakov and Fedoseev joined second, right?
Joined second,
And then
that's it, right? I mean, in terms of fighting for the first place.
Gurechkina shares 10th and 11th with
Yes.
Rakhmanov.
We'll have to, calculate
Right.
something tomorrow.
Gurechkina plays with Andreikin, though.
That's white.
Is white, yeah. Okay, and tomorrow's round. Yesipenko with Matlakov, Yesipenko having the white pieces, Rakhmanov with Vityugov.
Draw.
Very likely a draw, right?
Yeah, both should be happy with draw, especially considering, Rakhmanov is, I think he's just happy with to finish this tournament. Vityugov, he's fine with draw, but also he's fine with a quick draw, because if we get to the tiebreaks, he will have a huge advantage compared to Fedoseev or
Let's say, yeah, because the tiebreak starts with one of those
The
guys
same
wins.
day, yeah.
One of those guys wins, and maybe this win will take like 5.5 hours, and then
it won't be a quick win, most likely. So I expect a draw in this game tomorrow. Chigaev, Aleksandr, not really fighting for anything here. So I think this will be, this might be a draw as well.
Predke with Motylev. Is Motylev on +1, by the way? I didn't pay attention.
Yeah? No, he's on 50%.
He's on 50%. Yeah. Same with Predke, by the way.
Yeah.
Fedoseev, Pankratov. Fedoseev has good
push really
chance.
hard,
I don't know how much of a chance he has, but he has like kind of beatable opponent and the white pieces.
And Pankratov just lost as white, and he's a tilty guy.
And Gorechkina with white will play against Dmitry Andreikin. So this is it for the women's section. Gunina with Shuvalova will be the key game for for the round, for the overall standings for the championship. Today's results: 5 decisive games, but it's the draw between Ovot and Valentina Guna that's the most important. The most important, perhaps. So tomorrow's pairing. Shuvalova with cross table first, Gunina leading 2-3, second and third place. Shuvalova and Ovot, so Shuvalova catches up. Clear fourth, but without a single chance of catching up with Gunina is Alina Kashlinskaya. Right?
So basically, two games are really interesting to us tomorrow.
Gunina,
Shuvalova, and
Ovot with Bivol.
Bivol is white against Ovot, Everything else is not that important in terms of the standings.
Yeah. So Gunina Shuvalova is the big one, of course. And Evgenia Ovot, she does have the black pieces, but she already won 3 games in this tournament with the black pieces. So who knows?
With that,
Who knows?
And as Bivol, I would take a very safe approach, just to asking over to go for some unsound attack, inviting her. So that's a coward way, but at the same time, that's a strategy that some people use. That's a strategic way
of doing things. Mm-hmm. Okay. And with that, I guess here comes the end of today's round, the end of today's broadcast. Tomorrow, as far as I'm informed, there won't be any shift in schedule. Absolutely the same time, we will go on air and cover the last round of Russian chess Superfinal. So join us tomorrow, and bye for today.
Take care.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Авербах. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.